and I think caught like one got called off, and then the other one.
How does Charlotte have 2 10s and Toronto have 0?
That's an interesting
observation. Shows bias.
We want to check see if I can find the scores of the Super Series while we wait.
It's like the scoreboard. They wanted to run from 0 to 20, but I told the ref that's not possible. So he told me to run the clock, and when he does like a quick double whistle, stop the clock. But he also said like I can't let the clock run fully down. So I'm like pretty confused. He keeps telling me something and telling me to do the opposite. Okay, cool. Yeah, and then but they also have. He also said they have the score and the actual like time at the tent. So I don't really know what I'm doing as much. Alright.
Yes, I'm gonna go get an umbrella right now.
Yeah, he told me that.
Okay.
Alright. See ya.
Final scores from the Super Series. We got caught again when they played Ottawa. I don't know if they caught once against Washington.
So that was against Tyler. Tyler got hurt on day 2, so I don't remember if that catch was against Tyler or if it was against the backup.
They caught
the day
Washington.
1 was against Tyler.
I want you to take the bag off the one on the top.
And there's Tyler. Just in time.
Alright, I will let you know when we're live to commentators. When we're live to commentators, please be quiet because there is a lead on these mics.
Good morning, everyone out there, and welcome to the 2024 MLQ Championships here in Howard County, Maryland. We are live on pitch 2 for the first play-in bracket game of the day between the Charlotte Aviators and the Toronto Raiders. Charlotte will be wearing maroon with gold shorts defending the left-hand hoops. Toronto will be wearing red with black shorts defending the right-hand hoops. Both of these teams finished in 4th place in their respective divisions with a 3-9 record this season. Justin, I think we're in for a good game here. What are your thoughts moving in?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a great matchup. Again, as you mentioned, both teams are coming in as the 4th seeds of their divisions. They want to use this game to kind of build up momentum. It's going to be a long day as in the play-in bracket for these teams. So it is a little wet out there, so whoever can come out and have clean passes and handling of the quad ball, I think, will squeeze this one out.
Yeah, definitely a storyline to watch throughout the day as you follow along here with us on both pitches for MLQ Championships. There's rain in the forecast, but it looks like it's going to be intermittent. There's been showers twice so far in about the last 20-25 minutes, so the ground is wet, and I think the rain will be on and off throughout the game. However, one of the big storylines for this Charlotte team here is the season debut of Team USA beater Celine Richard. She's out the whole regular season with an injury, so it'll be interesting to see. First game back, a game that definitely matters. 2 losses in this play-in bracket, and you are out. And on wet fields conditions, you hope a player coming back can get some immediate reps, immediately feel solid on their feet, and be able to think about the play on the field more so than recovering from the previous injury.
Yeah, definitely. And, they need to relearn how to work together since this is her first game back. Cody LeBeouf has experience, beating with Celine, and so let's see how they, the chemistry that they can rebuild together now that Celine is back.
Definitely. So I think we're going to get this game started here in just a little bit. To discuss a little bit more about these teams' regular season. So Charlotte, as we said, went 3-9. They were 4th place in the East Division. They went 3-0 against Ottawa and were swept by the other 3 teams there. Meanwhile, Toronto swept the Cleveland Riff and went winless against the rest of the North Division. Both teams, I think, were very comfortably 4th place in their divisions. I think they both had a pretty easy time in their sweep and didn't really come close to pulling a series against any of their competitors. This is definitely something Charlotte is used to. Finishing 4th in the East every year they've existed and always coming through the play-in. Toronto, meanwhile, was actually 2nd place in the North last year and had a bye all the way into the quarterfinals. So while they had played in the play-in in years past, anyone who's was on the team just last year, this is a new feeling for them. And while it's going to guarantee them some games, and I think some competitive games after they were swept 2-0 in the quarters by Washington last season, it's definitely... I think you're coming in a little bit more worried than if you had that bye as they did last year.
Yeah, so both teams seem fairly even in their records for their win-loss. They both, again, were 3-9, but also everyone else in their respective divisions also had the same record. So it's hard to tell based on that who has the edge for this game. It could be a close nail-biter if both teams play their game the way they want this game to be played.
Yeah, I think if it stays wet, Toronto might have the advantage. I think Charlotte has the top-end beater advantage, but something Toronto has traditionally been good at is both physicality and playing with speed. They're good in transition on offense and defense. And while Charlotte's all right in transition, they're really not a physical team. They don't like being hit, and a lot of the players on their team aren't the greatest tacklers, so that might swing Toronto's way. We are now ready for brooms down. False start there, brooms up. It does look like there's going to be a whistle to stop it. Meanwhile, there's a fight on the ground for all 4 balls in play. It's not often you see that in the brooms up. False start there. Jared Woodard immediately copping to it. So that's going to be a blue card to Charlotte, and they'll start a player down already. Definitely something neither of these teams want today is card trouble.
Yeah, that was a clear false start. I don't think that was close. That was
So it looks like
Jared was the only person to move.
yeah, very much so. It looks like Zach Thompson's going to take over the green headband and the brooms, or the sprint up here. We'll get all the starters' names as we can identify them here early. Toronto knocks the quad ball to Charlotte's side. Charlotte covers. So that's going to be Thompson now ball handling and control with Charlotte. Tony Bonadio up top with a dodgeball. Quickly coming in as Charlotte, remember, is also killing a penalty now. Pass goes far side corner. Then back to Thompson. Toronto content to let Charlotte kill this penalty. Back into the corner. And then back up to the top. Melissa Ross and Zach Thompson just playing Kess here. Now Thompson goes far side. Big hit on Bonadio. Toronto goes to the tackle, can't get it. Back to Ross. Ross dodges a beat but gets put on the ground. Toronto beat out again. Thompson now with a pass over, and that's a good goal there for Charlotte. They open their account, and I think early on, Toronto has the physicality, but Charlotte has the beaters.
Yeah, that was a great penalty kill there. I was surprised to see Toronto kind of letting them pass around to just kind of stall for that penalty to be killed, but...
Give Corinne White that goal for Charlotte, as now they are on full press. Toronto was beat out there, and now a rush the other way. This is going to be Woodard out of the penalty box. Woodard coming up, another beat, another goal. 2-0 early for Charlotte.
Yeah, that was something earlier in the season that Toronto had trouble with, was the high pressure. So we'll see if Charlotte kind of uses that game plan, really pressures Toronto early to get those transition goals.
Lackland, Craig in green for Toronto, carrying the ball up the pitch as they look to open their scoring account as well as try to gain dodgeball control for the first time in this game. Slow up the far side is Craig, now backing up a little bit as he's met by Woodard. Pass goes far corner, caught on one bounce. Good dodge to the beat there. Driving in over the top, and that's another beat as Wanless couldn't handle the pass, and up the pitch goes Charlotte once again. This is Ross. The fake, the shot, good goal, 3-0.
Wow, that was a great shot. The beater was right there. I was worried, but...
And Toronto's going to sub out their starters. They did not like how that looked early.
Gotta respect that shot there.
Looks like all 6 players are going to swap out for Toronto here. As they're up over half, Charlotte is content to keep their defense slow right now. Far side, Nathan Reed. Pass goes to the corner, and then back behind. Shot knocked down by Thompson, and that's going to be another stop for Charlotte there.
I think Charlotte's okay with that shot. It was kind of a long shot from behind the hoops. So if that's what Charlotte's giving Toronto, they're okay.
Thompson to Woodard. And again, that is a good goal. 4-0. Charlotte is scoring like it's no issue at all here early. Lauren Matheson going far side option. Sarah Dykstra near side deep for the Raiders. Still looking to get control back. Izzy Kirby going behind with no dodgeball. This is Medeiros. Makes a beat, the quad ball gets thrown behind, and again Thompson is there on the defense.
Yeah, that's the second time Toronto's tried that play where they pass it behind the hoops for that shot.
Charlotte now slowing up. Hodge, pass behind. Good block there from Melchior, the keeper. As then another shot comes in from Cruz. He gets put on the ground, and Toronto gets their first stop. So as Charlotte makes their subs, maybe this Toronto second line can get the advantage on the Charlotte second line.
Yeah, so far Charlotte's just been getting whatever they want on offense, so maybe Toronto can use that stop to build something on defense.
And control here as well with Toronto, as Reed is going to drive towards the middle. Passes it far side. Dykstra gets it to Melchior. Melchior marked high by Cruz. Goes to the hit. Hodge intercepts. Hodge needs to slow up as Medeiros is right there with the dodgeball. But now Hodge is off and running with dodgeballs on the ground. Goes left. And then easy shot right there. Austin Cruz guarding the hoop. 5-0.
there was a beater play there where Toronto may have gotten some behind the back contact, but no call.
No dodgeballs here as Melchior jogs up the pitch, drives through, gets the pass off. That is a good goal, and Toronto finally opened up their account 5-1.
Yeah, Cody LeBeau is having words with the ref, maybe saying they missed some contact, but no call was made. So,
LeBeau, a star beater here for Charlotte, but also their head coach. That was Sarah Dykstra with Toronto's first goal of this game. Lee Hodge passes far side, and then back up to Hodge. The low pass there from Hodge, an unforced error. Toronto could get 2 in a row here if they're able to capitalize. Again, still maintaining... Oh, no, not maintaining dodgeball control. Great play there to immediately win it back.
That was a good look, though, by Charlotte. Unfortunate the pass went too low. Maybe, that's a result of the wet conditions out there, but they're going to want to look to clean that up.
Kwok with the lone dodgeball for Toronto here as Melchior comes over half. LeBeau looks like he wants to press high. Kwok looks over to LeBeau now. Melchior coming near side, going to be met by Hodge. Screen comes, Melchior back up top to Reed. Reed is beat out by LeBeau. Great play there from LeBeau, although it's going to cost control, but Lee Hodge is off and running. Most teams in the league will trade control for a goal, and that's just what head coach Cody LeBeau does there, 6-1.
Yeah, that was a great beat. The minute the pass got there, the beat happened and led to that fast break. Veteran play right there.
So Lauren Hirsch now is looking to bother the Raiders to see if she can't win control back as she did near the end of Charlotte's last offensive possession. Meanwhile, Melchior keeping it slow, far side. Pass goes to the far side from camera. Drive comes in with Peter help in front. That's Kwok making a beat. Shot no good, blocked down, but Melchior picks it up. Melchior gets hit by Hodge, stays on his feet, and scores from contact, 6-2.
Very strong drive despite a player hanging off of them.
And Hodge now slows it down after speeding it up. Pearl Womack really looking to push Melchior back into that keeper zone here for Charlotte. Pass comes down. Ryan Davis now ball handling for Charlotte, near side corner. Pass goes back up to Lee Hodge, a really senior quad ball line out here for the Aviators. Hodge now going far side, marked by Machetsky. Hodge gets around the corner, shoots, puts it home. Give the assist to that other chaser who's really pushing a screen off the zone defense there. That was Allison Sleminski with that great heads-up play on the screen.
Yeah, right now, Charlotte looks comfortable on offense, I would say. So Toronto's going to need to change something up on defense to try to make Charlotte uncomfortable and get some stops.
So some more subs here in for the Raiders. Rousseau now in ball handling, gets it to McMillan. McMillan far side with a lot of space in front. Well, he's not taking it right now. Richard closes out, and that's an easy interception for Davis. Davis now off and running up the pitch. We'll see if anybody turns to meet him. So far, nope. No one turns to meet Davis, 8-2. Toronto had a little bit of energy, but they kind of lost it here as the veteran side for the Aviators are really stepping up early. And Lee Hodge looks like they want to play some aggressive defense here. Now over half, Rousseau gets it down low, Machetsky intercepted by Davis yet again. And Ryan Davis once more with speed, goes left, stiff arm off as the beat comes through from Richard. The little floater to Hodge, great defense though from Raiders. Calashantz gets the stop, and maybe that's the spark Toronto needs to score a few more goals here and get this one back in range.
I mean, the bench was fired up on that stop, so hopefully they can use that to build and close this gap a little bit more.
So McMillan now ball handling, throws it to the corner, and again Ryan Davis. That pass just is not working right now. Davis is now off and running. Gets it up, Chance is beat out. Davis goes left, and yet again on the small hoop, 9-2.
I think the high pressure from Celine there forced that difficult long pass that was intercepted. So sometimes the beaters don't get credit for breaking up the offensive play, but that's kind of what started.
And the Raiders are forced to call their only timeout of this game. Down 7, the score is 9-2. Charlotte has really dominated the whole time. They've also been able to hold dodgeball control for large swaths here. Toronto, obviously the team forced to call the timeout here. What do we think is being said in their huddle right now?
Again, I think that they want to strengthen up their defense. I think this comeback's going to start with the defense kind of trying to make Charlotte uncomfortable. Charlotte right now is just getting all of the drives that they want. So Charlotte looks very comfortable. Toronto's going to want to prevent that from happening, get a few stops, build on the momentum, continue to work the ball around, and score and try to close this 70-point difference right now that we have.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, especially Toronto really hasn't been able to lay too many hits down. I think part of that is due to the dominance of these Charlotte beaters. They've made a lot of great tap beats on point defenders, but I think if Toronto can lay a few hits in, they might rattle Charlotte a little bit. And I think especially one of the few opportunities Toronto has had with balls on the ground on offense for them, Lee Hodge tried to tackle Melchior, and Melchior just powered through. That's kind of the only hit I could remember coming from the Charlotte side, and it was ineffective. So if I'm Toronto, I want to do my very best to just get dodgeballs on the ground. Let's make this a physical matchup between the chasers, and I think they might have the edge if they can accomplish that, although it's no easy task against this Charlotte beating set.
Yeah, so far, Toronto's been trying to pass around the pitch, but Charlotte's kind of been baiting them to that pass where they're then intercepting and charging the passing lane, and it hasn't been working.
So control is now with Toronto. This Joanne Lamb is going to ball carrier for the Raiders up the pitch. Joe Goldberg is also checked in during the timeout to beat for the Aviators as Toronto Ransom subs right off of the brooms in. Pass goes far side. Caldis with it. Gets looked off by Hodge. Now coming back up to the top. Gets it back to Lamb. Lamb now. Driving middle. Has space. Fires top hoop. Just missed. Although it wasn't a bad look from them.
Oh, yeah. No, that was a great shot. A couple more of those and it'll go through the hoop, I think.
Although bad goes to worse here for Toronto, as not only do they not score, they also lose dodgeball control. Something, again, as we've said, they've really struggled to maintain for more than one or two possessions at a time here early in this game. Corinne White now has it for the Aviators, driving near side, passes behind to Ross. Ross moves right to Hodge. Hodge drives back to the middle, puts a 3 or 4 spins there. That was an insane move from Lee Hodge to make it 10-2.
We have ref discussion here. I was going to say Toronto. I was wishing Toronto to make a hit there, but Hodge just too squirmy out there.
Christus Caldis also really wanted to make a hit, and he was just put on ice there from Lee Hodge, who I think had 2 or 3 shoulder rolls, both left and right. The goal is good. That's 10-2. And Toronto now going to be given the ball back here, looking to again cut the lead to 7. Lee Hodge all the way up at half court, though they're going to back it up now as Lamb ball carries up. Lachlan Craig now in green, near side option. That's where the pass comes for the Raiders. Gets back up to Lamb. She picks it up on 2 bounces. Dodgeball comes through. Does not have connection. Lamb gets beat out. Then Craig gets beat out as Hodge once again on the fast break, 11-2.
Yeah, the high pressure for Charlotte with the beaters has been working so far. Again, something that Toronto has struggled with this regular season is that high pressure.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams, when they face high pressure from beaters, their calling card is to spread their chasers as wide as possible, just so you can pass it away from the beaters. But Charlotte's off-ball chasers have been so good defending those passes. I almost want to see shorter passes from them to run around the beaters. Meanwhile, pass goes far side corner. Lamb catches it on the bounce, gets it back over here to Caldas. Caldas' shot is no good. A fight for it. Wanless gets beat out, and that's going to be another stop here for the Aviators.
Yeah, so far Toronto's only been able to have long shots that almost go in. Like the misses have not been that big, but if it doesn't go in, it's not 10 points. So
that's White back to Ross. Back up to the top. Braxton Hale cannot handle the pass. Melissa Ross. This one's on the ground. Toronto picks it up. Lachlan Craig going to keep things slow here, although as he leaves the keeper zone, he's going to be helped out by Kirby with the beat there on Thompson, who's back into this game after being a starter. Pass comes to Caldas. Stiff arm from Caldas. Gets Thompson off the feet, but then misses a shot. I think if that shot goes in, it's the exact sort of possession that Toronto wants. Extremely physical. Get the beaters out of the play. They just can't hit the shot.
yeah, I thought they were going to drive further to the hoop, but I do see that Charlotte has a beater along that side. Maybe that kind of rushed the chaser there to make a shot before they were ready.
Yeah, Goldberg out there with a dodgeball. Now Thompson is going to be ball handling here. Thompson straight down the middle. Huge hit, tries to come in from Craig. The hand comes high, kind of hit Thompson in the face a little bit. Hopefully it was just incidental contact on the cheek and there was no eye or nose involved. It's definitely going to be a card here. The first one since the false start from Rims Up.
Players have wanted a couple of other calls, but this is the first one that was clear and obvious right there in front of the ref.
Yep, so contact above the neck, yellow card for Lachlan Craig. That is 1 minute in the box or until Charlotte scores here. This pass comes to White. White circles around and then passes back up top. Davis just drops that pass but then kicks it back over to Corinne White. She looks shot, goes over to Davis. Davis's alley-oop attempt is too high, and Charlotte cannot convert on the power play. Toronto really have a great opportunity here to try to penalty kill, although they are moving with a little bit of pace, not something I was expecting. Christos Caldas in the green headband taken over from Lachlan Craig as he went into the penalty box. Now they keep it slow. They also have dodgeball control.
Yeah, I think I saw Christos kind of trying to calm the team down and slow it up to kill this penalty.
Michael Wanless. Their ball handling now, far side going to be marked by White. Wanless all the way around the corner. Moves backwards against their body. Can't drive in those. Braxton Hale then picks up the defense. That is penalty kills here for the Raiders. Now we'll see if they can convert. Great play for Morgan Wren, wins control, while Michael Wanless rips a shot. 11-3.
Yeah, so the shot finally falling through the hoop.
And Braxton Hale immediately with speed. Gets around the corner, passes back to Davis. Davis can't handle it. Dodgeball's flying in. Oh! 3 or 4 bounce arounds, but Braxton Hale comes down with it. That's 12-3 if the refs see this as a good goal.
I think while getting knocked down, made that shot. That was pretty.
It was off the hands of 3 or 4 different people, but Braxton Hale is the one who was actually able to haul it in. Meanwhile, back on that last offensive possession for Toronto where they score a goal, Morgan Wren just took the dodgeball away from the Toronto beater. I wasn't able to see which beater it was, but they just went in there like they were going to go for a tackle, just grabbed the ball, ripped it out, and that's how Charlotte won the control back here. So great play there from Morgan Wren of the Aviators. Meanwhile, I thought Toronto was really starting with something. They got the ball on the ground a few times. Charlotte looks like they were faltering. They dropped 1 or 2 passes, but somehow, some way, the ball found its way into the hands of Braxton Hale. And it is a good goal confirmed. So 12-3 here is the score.
I think even though it found the ball found their hand, it was still a tough shot, like going to the ground as the shot went off.
Yeah, falling backwards 2 hands over your head. Definitely the goal of the game so far, as Toronto's now making some more subs. Both of these teams going into their bench depth, something I'm happy to see here early on. It's going to be a long day for both of these teams. Lauren Matheson now back in near side. Craig, ball handles, fakes over that way, now goes back right. Handoff here to Caldas. Caldas driving through the middle, floats it over the top. And Toronto, it feels like they're aiming to get these sort of floater shots down the middle. They just haven't been falling.
Yeah, definitely trying to do those mid-range shots. They've been close, but the accuracy's a little bit off. And then Charlotte's been quick to the quad ball recovery after the shot misses.
So Matheson and Dykstra on hoop defense here for the Raiders. Looks like Caldas and Reed, or Melchior and Reed, are the 2-point defenders of this 2-2 zone as Braxton Hale gets it behind. Backing up from the Aviators here before driving in. Good knockdown there from Melchior. Looks up, wants to run, does run. That's a beater tackle that caused this. And Melchior off and running, 12-4. Get the dodgeballs on the ground, and Toronto are going to fare a lot better than when they're in the hands of those Aviators beaters.
We have a blue card.
No goal here. Blue card for an illegal tackle. I think the tackle that came in from the Toronto beater was from behind.
No, the goal's good.
The goal is good. I saw the walkout.
I know. Definitely had the no good goal signal first, but now signaling that it was good.
So I think it must be no time served. I think it must have been a blue card on Charlotte.
Yeah.
There, we'll see if we can get information on that in a little bit. Of course, you can also follow along on quadball.one, and that will have cards update in live time from the scores table. It's Braxton Hale now over half. Control in the hands of this Toronto defense. We'll see if they can put it to use. Pass comes to Davis. Hits the ground. Davis in no rush at all. Passes it back up top to Braxton Hale. Gets met by Reed and now by a beater. Pass comes back to Davis. Press coming from Toronto here. The beat does not connect from Davey, and Davis now has all the time in the world. Floats one way over the top. Reed knocks it down. Reed just gave it right back to Charlotte, and things are really not going the way of Toronto now. Davis driving in. Huge pick there from the beater going back Joe Goldsberg. Nathan Reed ran right into him. Completely incidental from Goldberg's part, but I think Davis saw his teammate running back, or saw their teammate running back, and kind of used that as a pick.
Yeah, then just missed the shot, but I think the quad ball's on the ground behind the hoops.
Yeah, I think this discussion is whether or not there should be a card for interpositional interference, which would go on Joe Goldberg. Like I said, I don't think he had any idea what was happening, but I think Ryan Davis did and kind of used Goldberg as a little bit of a screen there. Reed ran straight into him, and no call on the play, incidental contact. So I think that's probably the right call.
The quad ball's on the ground. There's 2 Charlotte chasers nearby and 1 Toronto chaser.
Grace Davey is going to be given their dodgeball back, though. So Davey there kind of looks at Braxton Hale and lets Charlotte pick this one up. The pass comes out, and then a good kick there, although it doesn't connect from Slaminski. So Toronto is ultimately going to get that stop.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be a race to the quad ball, but Toronto kind of stood back.
It worked out. Peck now into the game with a dodgeball for Charlotte, his first minutes today. Davey walking up. Melchior throws one up. Davis gets a hand on it. Reed first to the ball. Reed now coming around right. The beat comes in from Davey. Melchior now has it up top. Braxton Hale's going to meet him. Fake shot, then shoots and scores 12-5. And again, that seems to be the look that Toronto wants.
Melchior is having a good game, I would say, on offense for sure. Physical drives, getting those shots off has scored a bunch of their goals. So definitely want the quad ball in his hand.
And just like that, Charlotte is going to call their time out. So this game was really going all Charlotte's way. They got to as big of a lead as 11-2, up 9. Since then, they've been outscored 3-1, as now the score sits at 12-5. So it really feels like the momentum has gone to Toronto's side. Still down 7, that's huge, especially with the flag runner only being worth 3 goals. Do you think Charlotte called a timeout to calm things down, or do you think they actually have adjustments they're going to try to make here?
I think they're going to be discussing they want to kind of respect Melchior, who's having a good game, and try to, Toronto's shots are starting to fall. They want to regroup, get back to kind of forcing those rushed passes and getting back into the passing lanes that they had been doing before that was working for them, and intercepting the quad ball again. So I think kind of Melchior's finding his groove, and they want to disrupt that. That's what they're discussing right now in the huddle.
We do see some beater depth here from Charlotte also. As we said, both teams really seem to be running deep into their lineups. Now it's Peck and I believe Mickey Harrelson out there beating for the Aviators. Kind of the first time we've seen both of them in this one. Do you think they have a short leash here with the team kind of bleeding? If they go maybe in the next few possessions -1, do you think we go back to that LeBeau into this game?
Definitely. If the gap closes some more, they're going to want their veterans on the pitch for sure.
So that looks like Ottawa checking into the game for the first time. Star player here for the Aviators. Pass comes down low. I believe that's Bonnie Hernandez with it. Ball handling. Over to Cruz. Cruz back up to the top to Monowar. A little box here from Charlotte. Monowar takes the screen, goes around, not driving in. Fake pass right, goes back left. Another screen comes through. Cruz now back to the play after being beat out early. Very slow possession here from Charlotte despite having control. Cruz fakes the handoff. The shot low. Nice little fake play there, though, from Austin Cruz.
The hoop hole was an extra defender for Toronto.
Melchior looking to gain speed, speeds up, slows down. Monowar comes with a hit, can't pull him down. Reed on the bounce, gets hit by Charlotte, cannot get through the Charlotte defense. Team defense there. Absolutely massive play for Allison Slaminski.
Well, clearly in that huddle they were talking about becoming a little more physical there, because they showed it on defense on that possession.
It was a team effort there, but give Slaminski the stop. She deserves it. As Reed, I think, just thought he would plow right through, and that was not going to happen. And just like that, we see Cody LeBeau back into this game for Charlotte. They got the stop, but with no goal, I think the head coach said, we need a little bit more to be comfortable here before 20 minutes. As Monowar, ball handling far side. Melchior looking to play point defense, but not going too close to the ball handler for the Aviators. All the way around now for Monowar, finally getting pressed. Cruz catches it, and good body awareness from Cruz to go with the stiff arm as he shoots around the corner, 13-5.
Yeah, you can't let the wing chaser get that close to the hoop there.
So that is going to be a 20-minute stoppage here. Charlotte is up 13-5. That's going to make the set score 18. As we said just a little bit ago, flag runner catch is worth 3 goals. So really, I think if Charlotte catches that flag, it's all but game over. If Toronto catches it, they might be able to make it interesting, but down 8 could be tough. And meanwhile, Tyler Trudeau will be the flag runner here for this game. A very, very high-level flag runner. Charlotte has seen him at the East Super Series this year. They had 1 or 2 catches against him. Toronto, I have not seen Trudeau this year, so maybe a little bit to the advantage of Charlotte here.
Yeah, but Toronto has been doing very well with flag catches this season. They had a lot during the regular season, so it should be a battle out there for the Seekers, and we'll see who catches it and kind of rides that momentum through the catch.
Meanwhile, if I'm Toronto, I think I'm at least toying with the idea of let's go full out beaters on Flag Runner, but and I know this is sacrilegious to say, people are going to hate me. Maybe don't try to catch it too much. I think, as we've talked about, the physicality goes so much towards Toronto. If they could have a 5 or 6 minute period where it's just chasers v chasers, the Aviators chasers, I think, have better lateral movement, a little bit more speed. We just saw Slominski with a hit. They can be physical. I think Toronto would come out with a better plus minus out of that. Although when you're down 8, I think not trying to get an immediate 30.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They want to close this gap, I think, sooner rather than later. But we'll see.
We'll see what happens. We'll get these Seekers as soon as we can.
I think it's, going to be Davis, but we'll see.
All right, so Toronto now does have control. They also have Melchior ball carrying. Looks like everyone's going to stay on Flag Runners right now. Reed on one bounce behind. Shot gets ripped through. That's a good goal, 13-6. And immediately out the gate, the Raiders score. I think the whistle was back in the beater Seeker game. Justin, I don't know if you were also watching the goal with me or if you were.
Yeah, no, I was. I was watching the beaters on the Seekers, which is exactly what you were saying. Where if that was the case, then maybe Toronto chaser on chaser can get.
So yellow card,
goals.
Contact from behind. The goal is good. And it looks like Emma Sherwood will be the player going to the box. So it's going to be Emma Sherwood with a yellow card, contact to behind in the beater game. So this is a huge advantage now for Charlotte, despite giving up that early goal. Still with a comfortable lead, and now with a minute up in the beater game. This now might be a situation where Charlotte says, let's not try to score too much. Let's see if in this minute up a beater, we could just go ahead and catch the flag.
Definitely. So the Toronto's beater gets a card, but did it happen after the goal?
Yes, the goal did stand. Yeah, so the goal is good. So again, the score here is 13-6. The lead is 7 for the Aviators. We're playing to 18. 19. That's my bet, everyone. I can't add 13 plus 6. We are playing to 19 as the score sits at 13-6 here. Scott Russo in yellow here for Toronto as Emily Monowar just comes in and throws an absolute dime to Womack, 14-6.
Yeah, that was a good drive and dish.
Meanwhile, Ryan Davis, a Team USA Seeker, has yellow on for the Aviators here against former Team USA teammate and player Tyler Trudeau. Melchior driving, passes it to Reed. Reed slows it up, floats one over the top. Another goal from behind for Toronto. They like playing this way, 14-7.
Ooh, yeah, but they're giving Davis a lot of time on the flag runner.
Monowar keeping it slow. And that is Sarah Dykstra with both goals for Toronto. I wanted to make sure I was getting her name right here. As Charlotte comes in, Toronto wants to lay a hit, not quite coming in. Wanless off their feet. That's a good goal from Thompson. 15-7.
Yeah, their top goal scorer in the regular season got to make a hit there, or else it's probably a goal every time.
Melchior drying off that quad ball just a little bit. Pitt comes through on Womack. Now Monowar trying to get Melchior. Melchior just runs into Cody LeBove. Monowar picks it up. Charlotte now with the stop. We're going to get an opportunity, but Dykstra there playing good defense coming from behind the hoops. Monowar, though, turn in on the Jets. Passes right. That's Ross. 16-7, and a catch from Ryan Davis here would win the game for Charlotte.
Charlotte's.
And that's just what Ryan Davis does.
I think you called that.
The right arm was completely wrapped up by Trudeau, and I think Trudeau thought that he had a second. Davis, meanwhile, who looked to be turning, I think, back towards their left, managed to then jump and get around with the left arm. I think this one's going to be clean.
Yeah, I think they heard you.
So Ryan Davis is going to take their time on the ground here. Head ref going towards the middle of the pitch. The catch is good, and that is a quick catch for Ryan Davis and the Charlotte Aviators. They win this one by a final score of 195-7. One more loss today, and Toronto will be headed home. Meanwhile, Charlotte start off their day in almost perfect fashion.
Yeah, Charlotte's going to like their performance. It seems like they're coming in from the regular season. They were on the up and up, and what they have worked on has been working, and they showed it today. I know that sometimes the first game is a tough game to kind of get into the groove, but it looked like they came out firing from the start.
Meanwhile, Toronto, obviously, they start with a loss. Do you think they could take some positives out of this one? It felt like they started really poorly, but they kind of picked it up towards the end there.
Yeah, at the end, they kind of found their rhythm. I think that in large part, Melchior started having a great game, so I think they're going to want to use that, kind of get it into Melchior's hands earlier, that physicality that he was having was impressive. So if they use that early, they can kind of get goals and stops and build on that.
So we'll be back here shortly with Minneapolis versus the winner of the Kansas City-Washington play-in. Stick with us until then. That game is supposed to start here in half an hour.
Well, yummy fun with 40 gummy blocks. Amos.
Alright, hello and welcome everybody. We're back. Second slot of the day today here, day 1. On pitch 2, we've got the play-in bracket between New Orleans and Charlotte. Sammy Garza and Luis Sanchez here. Luis, we're back in the commentating booth. It's good to be back with you.
It's been a long time coming.
And we've got a good one. New Orleans from the south. Charlotte waiting for them here in the play-in bracket. And Luis, we're familiar with New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of their chances today? What's going to be the keys for them here in this one?
Yeah, just going off of what they've done all season, they want to play a slow pace of play. They want to get back on defense, set up in their trees, have their big bodies cover the hoops, and let Josh Mansfield eat.
And we're certainly going to be looking for Josh Mansfield, Alex Pucciarelli in the beating game for them. Been a key to their success this season, and they look really good at times when they're flowing. On the other side, it's Charlotte. They've got some really good pieces as well. We're underway with brooms up. The bludger goes flying too. Quaffle's scrap. Charlotte looks like they initially come away with it, but we're underway here in the second slot of day 1, and it looks like Charlotte's going to start with bludger control.
Josh Mansfield creating a little turnover there.
Yep. So turnover quick on Charlotte's first possession, and a drive and shot appears no good from here.
Yeah, that's one thing that we're going to look to see if it affects New Orleans at all, being their first game of the day. Charlotte's already had their little warm-up game, so they're kind of already worked out the kinks, woken up, gotten their legs loose.
Perhaps an advantage for Charlotte. Looked really good in that first slot earlier this morning for those of you that woke up around 8:30 here Eastern Time in Howard County. Offense now for Charlotte. Moving the ball around, and it looks like it's going to be another turnover forced in the dodgeball game for New Orleans.
That's a really strong possession from Charlotte. There's a lot of ball movement, good catching. Had a decent look, just didn't finish.
And nice timing there from, I believe it was Mansfield, making the throw to kill the possession and get the stop for New Orleans here. They've slowed it down from that initial pace. And they're going to work this offense here.
New Orleans able to win a bludger interaction and have all 3 bludgers on the ground. And that's Shelby Cascio, who finishes with a shot through the middle hoop.
First goal of the game, Ben Mertens with the assist. Cascio with the finish.
That's the New Orleans team that, or kind of possession that you like to see from them.
All right, they look good there. Playing patient, finding that opportunity. And now they got control on defense as well, setting up in what looks like a zone here, a little bit of pressure behind the hoops. It's Hodge out front, looking for maybe the alley-oop. Initial shot is looked no good from here, but it's going to be called good on the field. And we may get a stoppage here to talk about this with the referees. From our angle here, Lewis, looked clearly no good.
Yeah, the crowd is also weighing in on that. They're on the same side as us. They are not happy with that call. That was clearly no good. I mean, it's very hard to score against trees with bludger control. Josh Mansfield is able to press. They actually did a good job of passing into space, and it was a good look. It just hard to finish on their tall hoop defenders. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if this is good. That was like 3 feet short.
So the dunk attempt being talked about here by our officiating crew, and they're going to stick with the call on the field. They're calling it good, and it'll tie the game up here. Keeper will have to restart. And it's 1 goal apiece here early. Dodgeball control going to be in the hands of New Orleans here. But a wrap up front and a drive and shot. Question is, was it beat before or not? Looks like we have 1 indication of a goal. And that is going to be the ruling. So second goal of the game for New Orleans.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, another good look. Keeper just absorbing some contact. 1 pass, drive, low float shot, top hoop. That's an easy recipe for New Orleans to follow.
So Charlotte back with it here. Keeper takes the ball left side. Looks like the dodgeball is trying to open up something on the hoops. Pass far behind into space. That's covered well by New Orleans here. And it looks like they're going to force another turnover. Defense has been really strong in the half court for New Orleans here early in this one as they get another stop.
Yeah, that was a weird approach from Charlotte's beater to go for a hammer attempt when the bludger or dodgeball was right next to them.
So New Orleans, let's see if they can make good on another offensive opportunity. Already have a 1-goal lead. Ball reversed back behind. And now back up top, looks like New Orleans is going to throw this one towards their dodgeball. Players up top, Josh Mansfield, as we mentioned earlier, still in the game, serving his first shift here. Pass behind the hoops. Is this a turnover created? It is. Right on the catch. The throw comes in, and it's another turnover. This time Charlotte grabs possession.
Tony Bonadio was able to kind of hold a lot of space behind hoops. As soon as that ball went back there, they were able to pressure, get the beat, cause a turnover.
Charlotte trying to work this half-court offense. Now looks like a slip there. Ball looked like it slipped out, trying to maybe reverse it back up top. And is this a fast break for New Orleans? They're looking to run. It looks like there's going to be a call of some kind here. Play is stopped again.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit of water this morning, so we were seeing people slip on the turf, ball slip out of hands. That's one of my least favorite calls there, is creating a tackle, kind of being engaged in that tackle. Ball carrier drops a ball unknowingly to the defender, and then they're called for contact after that person dropped the ball. But
Card's going to go against Charlotte here, it looks like. And New Orleans will retain possession of the quad ball and 2 dodgeballs for their offensive possession here as we get set to resume play again.
oh,
And
big hit.
potentially none for a second. Looks like that shot is good on a drive.
Ben Mertens.
Dodgeball just a second late getting back into play on defense for Charlotte.
Yeah, that's huge capitalization by New Orleans, taking advantage of the chaser advantage there, being able to find a score.
And so I think the challenge here we'll see, Lewis, though, is can Charlotte start getting some consistent offenses against this half-court defense for New Orleans? They've looked really strong defensively at the hoops. Can they get some good opportunities here working with their beaters, maybe trying to set up a hammer, but it's not clean again. And it could very well result in another turnover. We'll see here as it unfolds, wrapped behind the hoops.
Go to the both subs and
Still alive,
immediately
though.
making an impact.
I believe that's going to be a beat before.
That should be New Orleans ball.
And yeah, looks
finished
like it
shot.
went over the boundary there on the baseline. And as you mentioned, Lewis, should be a turnover here.
Okay, possessions adjudicated. Like I said, Charlotte's getting new beaters into the game, and they're obviously creating different looks. Again, another good look, alley-oop from the backside of the hoops, and just not able to finish before the beat comes in. New beater pair for New Orleans to see if they can keep that control as Mansfield did.
Yeah, new beaters and chaser line in here. Trammling at keeper. Pass behind the hoops,
Oh my
and it's a
goodness.
physical
Oh my
finish
goodness.
inside. Nice dish, nice finish on the dunk, and Charlotte looking to maybe get a fast break here, get some offense going. It's no good, but if you're Charlotte, maybe looking for some opportunities in transition.
Yeah.
Half-court game has been not as successful as you'd like it. The counter opportunity there is not going to be successful for Charlotte, though.
Yeah, PJ's length just showing there, being able to cover middle hoop and the small hoop. at the same time, getting a hand on that one and then hustling to get it before it goes out of bounds.
Looks like a
Good
late
deflection.
dodgeball turnover maybe as New Orleans gets it back. So initially Charlotte looked to run, but going to slow it up here as they get their dodgeballs back on defense, does New Orleans. And they'll set up in their trees again. 3-1 zone defense, even with control here. Let's see what Charlotte can do. And it looks like they maybe regain control out of this. And a scoring opportunity. Pass just a bit too high, and it's going to sail out of bounds. Another stop for New Orleans. They've looked really good in the half court.
Yeah, just comes down to it's tough to score on trees. I mean, Charlotte did the right thing. We're able to get dodgeball control there, and you still are just so congested at the hoops. It's hard to get clean passes or easy looks off of an open hoop there.
So Tram will bring it up across the midline. Swings it right to Veronica Spicer, number 3 in now for New Orleans. A little bit of dodgeball pressure here and a great catch.
Oh, he missed his beat.
And a misbeat after. It's a $1 million move with a 10-cent finish there on the beat attempt. And it looks like this might be a quick no bludgers if they can pick it up, but the dodgeballs are back in. And the turnover is forced for Charlotte. Good stop by them. And
Charlotte's showing a great ability to kind of get hands on quaffles in the air or quad balls in the air and deflections and disrupting the New Orleans offense. But then they just go and turn it over there.
That's an unforced error right there. Can't have those here at Championships weekend. And if you're Charlotte here, I think these next few possessions are crucial. The game's in a spot, it's 4-1.
Yep.
And if New Orleans continues on the trajectory they're going, this one could get away from you. And now if you're Charlotte, it's time to dig in.
And right on cue, they sub in Zachary Thompson, who's an elite scorer for this team. So looking to get some more goals on the scoreboard for them.
Ball swinging around here for New Orleans. Trying to find the angle. And pass down. It looks like this one could be a turnover as well. It will be. So Charlotte gets a crucial stop. New Orleans hands them back quad ball possession with the turnover. And for Charlotte, maybe look to get control back here.
I like that little chaser to beater communication right there, trying to set up what they want to do, make sure everyone's on the same page.
So quad ball now behind the hoops. Looks like maybe they're trying to set up a shot opportunity. Something from behind here, and it might be another turnover. As the ball's on the ground, quad ball on the ground for now, eventually picked up by New Orleans' P.J. Mitchell. And are they looking to run here?
This is bold strategy of having.
Yeah, Charlotte's got 2 dodgeballs here, and now might break this press momentarily, but
Good wrap.
still looking to play with that tempo offense. Shot no good against the one dodgeball back.
Trammell a little hasty in that possession. New Orleans beaters just won control. If he just kind of gives them a second, get back into the play, they're able to get a better look there. But I mean, I can't knock them for their aggression. They're up 4-1.
Yeah, it seems common in the sport sometimes. Fast break gets going, and it's hard to shift back down into a neutral gear, slow yourself down once you get started there.
Yeah.
Really wanted to finish off that offensive possession with a score, unable to do so. And now Charlotte in close, a shot. Looked like it might have been deflected, though, and so this is going to remain Charlotte quad ball from the baseline inbound. Dodgeball quickly covering it for New Orleans to find the open pass. They do, and it looks like they may get a good opportunity to score here on one bludger defense. Although a scrap for that extra dodgeball going on behind the hoops, and New Orleans is going to come away with
just
it.
non-stop beating PJ at the middle hoop. That was hilarious. Yeah, Charlotte really having no blueprint here, kind of just waiting for something to open up and having no success.
Pass behind the hoops, and it's a
Missed
missed throw. I think this is where you have to score if you're Charlotte on these opportunities, and instead it's going to be a fast break going the other way
Good luck
to the
stopping
big
that
body of
train.
PJ Mitchell, and he's going to go end to end.
Yeah, that's the formula for New Orleans success right there. Get a deflection at the hoops, give it to your big bodies, and run against no beaters.
And what's been working for them, not only in this game but all season long, really playing that patient defense, using your beaters, your dodgeball players to go ahead and force those turnovers. And when you get balls on the ground, it's time to run the other way in transition. They've done a great job of that all season, but particularly here in this game. And they've got a good lead to show for it. 4-goal advantage for them. And like I said, Charlotte, this is where you got to dig in and not let this game get away from you. So moving the ball here offensively is Charlotte. Driving opportunity and a dunk.
There you go.
And that's a much better offensive look for Charlotte. A dunking opportunity. I believe that that defending player was beat as well, and so potentially if there was a block, it would have been negated anyways. Much better offense from Charlotte there.
That's good, being able to flip the quad ball back and forth from top to bottom of the hoops and creating more shifts in their defense and getting a hoop to kind of score on there.
So New Orleans trying to answer. Shot from behind the hoops. Can they keep it from being a turnover? Not this time.
That's a heat check if I've ever seen it. Shelby Cassio's scored 2 great goals, and just seeing if she's got it there.
Sometimes you gotta test yourself, see if you still got the hot hand, and certainly if that one went in though, that's a
hat trick.
That's a hat trick, and if you're Charlotte, man, demoralized. But instead, it's dodgeball control and maybe a fast break opportunity for Charlotte as they look to run, but the pass is deflected and at least slowed for the moment.
Ryan Davis looking to go.
Is that a block or a beat? It is. It's a turnover, and Pucciarelli forces balls on the ground here. Looks like that might have slipped out of her hand on the throw. And so can New Orleans deal with a little bit of pressure here and see if Charlotte's going to look to...
Nope.
Not this time. Another missed throw and maybe a good scoring opportunity inside. Beat before potentially, and Charlotte keeper will grab quad ball.
Yeah, New Orleans almost able to capitalize off of Charlotte's beating aggression there, throwing from very far, but equally had to chase that far missed beat.
So dodgeball control here on offense for Charlotte. Let's see if they can use it and get a good look. Trying to get the defense to move here. Yeah. Quad ball goes behind and a no dodgeball opportunity. Ball held on to, and eventually it's going to be another turnover.
It's just hard to finish at the hoops with these big bodies in the way.
Absolutely. It looked like on that first drive, maybe there was a dunk attempt opportunity there, not taken.
Charlotte thinks that they found something in taking their armed beater behind hoops with the open chaser, but New Orleans is happy to take that exchange, get 2 dodgeballs on the ground behind their hoops, tag in, and have control. So it's an interesting little strategy there.
So New Orleans here on a similar note, driving behind the hoops, although this one looks like it's going to be a turnover forced, and Charlotte will get quad ball back.
The thing about this slower pace is even though you find yourself down, as Charlotte does here, they're able to just score 1, 2 in a row, and they're right back in it because New Orleans isn't running it down their throat, so the scores are still pretty within range, within reach.
Yeah, and I think you might be okay with that if you're Charlotte.
Yeah.
They have great seeking on this roster, and if you can get to that flag runner on pitch time, I mean, thinking maybe you like your chances of getting the flagpole. So it looks like a stoppage here. We'll see if the goal is good on the dunk.
That was a good little play from Ryan Davis. Just getting the ball back behind hoops, taking Carson running, getting the ball back, and then essentially running a give and go, being able to get that hoop that's open now.
All right, something you mentioned, Lewis, New Orleans has looked really good in this game, and they've built a lead, but if you're Charlotte, you're not panicking. You're calm. You like your odds in the flag runner game. And so, like you mentioned, just keeping this close, keeping it in range. And if you can work your way back and tie this thing up going into 20 minutes, I mean, I think you're in a good spot, but New Orleans, will they have something to say about that?
Yeah, they've done well in the flag running game as well all season. So try to keep the best flag runner in the country off the snitch and see if you have a better shot. Ben Merton's back into the game.
And beating wise for New Orleans, Josh Mansfield's played that first shift. He's probably going to come back around that 20-minute mark and, like you said, try to keep them off the flag, keep them from getting a flagpole. So a quick shot. Is that going to be good?
Oh, my goodness.
A hammer work there from New Orleans. It's clean, it's synchronized, and they get a goal off of it.
That was great timing from beater and chaser.
And that's what it looks like when you can sync that up, get on the same page, and get an easy one. Timeout, Charlotte.
Yeah, if I'm Charlotte, I mean, you've made good plays in the beating game. You've made good plays in the chasing game. It's just about getting those two things synced up on the same page. And I think that's what that conversation is going to be about in the timeout huddles. Making sure they're attacking together, working together on defense, and putting it all the pieces together to kind of get more scoring opportunities.
So we've got a timeout here on the field.
Yeah, it's about 17 minutes.
17 or so minutes played. We're coming up on that 20 minutes. So this is a good timeout opportunity. Get your strategy together for that 20-minute and make sure you're ready to go as far as setting yourself up for success in that flag runner.
Yeah, if you're Charlotte, you want to kind of minimize the differential between the score right before that 20-minute mark, get closer to the presumed end game score,
right.
And make sure you're within striking range of pulling the flag, scoring a couple goals, and maybe sealing this game that you've been losing kind of the whole first 20 minutes of.
So here in the play-in bracket, New Orleans, Charlotte, coming out of the timeout shortly. Winner of this will move on to play the winner of Minneapolis and Kansas City.
Yeah.
I believe happening on our other pitch as we speak. Lots of good teams here on this play-in, but it is a grind. Early morning start. And lots of good competition here in the play-in bracket as we resume. New Orleans has been in control for most of this game. Charlotte trying to keep it close as we get closer and closer to our 20 minutes. Looks like maybe trying to sync up a hammer opportunity there. It doesn't look good, though. A shot, and just as I say that, they get one on the other side. So swing the ball, move that green headband to the other side, and it's a good look. Shot and score for Charlotte and Ryan Davis. And it looks like a turnover.
It's a weird play. I mean, there was a fumble of the ball from Carson Running. I guess he never effectively started the possession since he came off Broom, so New Orleans lucky on that one. And in that last offensive possession, a hammer look. The chaser actually dodges the beat, but in the same vein, vacates the hoop, and they're able to kind of give up a shot there. Good offense from Charlotte coming in from that timeout.
So 6-3. New Orleans with a 3-goal advantage here. And they'd like to take this out of range, ideally, going into flag runner, but we'll see if they're able to do so. Shot is missed, but quad ball possession retained, and they got dodgeballs as well. So see if they work it here. Mansfield getting deep into this zone.
Wow. Yeah, and that's Nicholas Mueller. I've been kind of saying the wrong name the entire time, but that's a great alley-oop. I'm taking advantage of his height. Seeing if he can make a stop.
Charlotte on the counter, though, looked like maybe they had a step, but the wrap comes in the keeper zone. We might get a card here, though. I'm going to see how
got the ball out.
This gets pulled. It ends up being a dunk anyways. Not sure if there was going to be an advantage played there or anything, but ends up being a dunk for Charlotte anyways.
Yeah, that's just great persistence from Tony there being the beater and just going and tapping out chasers, allowing them to free that quaffle up and getting the ball out to Ryan Davis for an easy dunk. Just like that, I mean, they've dropped the differential from, what was it, 4 to 3, kind of have a little bit more momentum going into that 20 minutes and looking to carry that into flag runner on pitch.
And if you're New Orleans, big drive here, and that's going to be a goal. So Mansfield causing some commotion in the dodgeball game, the drive on that left short hoop, and
great dodge. And there's no bludgers for Charlotte here.
see if Charlotte wants to go here. Good, no dodgeball opportunity. Hodge on a drive. Shot behind the hoops. It's fumbled.
And just a rocket from Mansfield.
Still alive here, though, if you're Charlotte. Wrap comes in, and it looks like the possession's going to end here in the hands of New Orleans.
Oh,
and we might get a card for a swat, maybe a second swat or
and they know it. They're headed to the box.
illegal swat here. Blue card issued.
Yeah, that's kind of a big foul for Zach Thompson there. I mean, now New Orleans is going to have a chaser advantage going into this maybe last possession or close to last possession and try to kind of widen that gap again. That's a huge error for them.
So New Orleans back with it. One player advantage as Charlotte serving some time in the box here. Mansfield trying to make something happen in the dodgeball game, and at the same time, they get a goal.
Yeah, that's huge.
So that goal is going to count, and that is going to be our 20 minutes.
So that puts us at 90-40, New Orleans over Charlotte at the 20-minute mark.
And it looked to me, Lewis, like New Orleans came away with dodgeball control, or maybe they will.
Yeah, that's the most ideal last possession you can get right there.
So they get the goal, they get potential dodgeball control here going into flag runner on pitch. And we have ourselves now a 5-goal game. It looked like Charlotte creeping, trying to just stay in that 3-ish goal range.
Yep.
And New Orleans put their foot down there late, got a couple of goals, got dodgeball control back, and they've set themselves up for a good 20 minutes here.
I think New Orleans did something interesting there at the end. I would have thought they would have saved Josh Mansfield a little bit more for flag runner on pitch. Instead, they opt to put him in about 2 minutes before that 20-minute mark. He goes, makes an immediate impact, is able to kind of create lanes for his chasers. They score more. They open up that differential a little bit more, and then
and now he gets the rest of the 20
timeout,
minutes.
yeah.
Right, so a free timeout comes in for New Orleans.
You expect Charlotte to put in Cody LeBove here, and those two guys kind of battle it out. But now that there's more quaffle points in the favor of New Orleans, it might not matter all that much.
So we'll see here. Charlotte's still very dangerous in the flag runner game. And while it is technically out of range for a flag pull, you know, a goal occurs in the quad ball game, and we've seen that numerous times in this sport where quick goal, quick catch, and now it's a brand new ball game.
Yeah.
In the flag runner on pitch, end of regulation.
What's your strategy here if you're Charlotte?
So if you're Charlotte, I mean, I think you see how it starts. If you're able to start getting some time on snitch, you really slow the game down in my mind and just try and see if you can get that pull. I mean, you can't trade goals at this point in the quad ball game. Down 5 here, you really got to hope that you can get a flag pull. Or if your beaters are just going crazy and they're able to help you out in the quad ball game too, great. But that requires them to be absolutely dominating and in top form. Not saying they can't do it here, but the task is tall when you're talking about the beating that New Orleans brings to the table here. Alex Pucciarelli and Josh Mansfield.
90-40, set score 150. Charlotte's going to start with quad ball possession here, but it looks like New Orleans is going to have dodgeball possession. I think if you're New Orleans, you're kind of happy just scoring goals in the quad ball game. I mean, even if Charlotte gets a pull, you've shown for 20 minutes that you're able to score against set defenses, and you're fine just kind of reaching that set score before they are.
All right, so set score here is going to be 150. +6 from that leading score. As we will get underway here shortly. Looks like we might just be sorting out where players need to be. We'll remount. And play is underway here. Flag runner on pitch. And it will be, at least initially, Charlotte starting with dodgeball control.
Good
Great dodge. As that's Celine Richard with the dodge jumping over the beat from Josh Mansfield. And so Charlotte gets that first time on snitch. This is what we're talking about here. I'd be patient offensively. You're getting some time on the flag runner here if you're Charlotte.
Oof, Ryan.
And let Ryan Davis work.
He's beat, though. Great defense from New Orleans. I mean, Marcellus Lewis and PJ were all over Lee Hodge there.
Hustle for the dodgeball on the perimeter. So now New Orleans with that dodgeball control. And if you're New Orleans, you got to get Ryan Davis off the flag runner here. You can't let too many more looks go.
Pucciarelli does just that, too.
Yep.
And Mansfield able to throw her back a dodgeball and retain possession.
And meanwhile, in the quad ball game, it's New Orleans on a break. New Orleans with a goal, and so they'll open up the scoring here in flag runner on pitch. They're +1. And now they're getting looks on flag runner. And just
Ryan's got a second.
Davis,
so close.
inches away on that first attempt. Pucciarelli cleans him up. And now Charlotte back in the quad ball game. They need a goal, and ideally if they can get some time on flag runner too, that would be nice.
Yeah, the Carson Running's having all day. I would like to see him be a little bit more aggressive in those windows. He needs to go now. Oh, he was beat.
Right, this is great opportunity for New Orleans to try to get back in. And a turnover force, it's Pucciarelli peeling back into the quad ball game, and she forces a turnover that's going to end up in an easy one.
Yeah, just as you called it, the beaters. And Carson pulls it. Oh,
And
my goodness.
just like that, it goes the other way for New Orleans. The quick goal, the quick catch.
Yeah.
And I think that's just how you draw it up
Yeah,
if you're New Orleans
you
from the
can't play
beginning.
a better flag runner on pitch period than that right there. The beaters are doing crazy things, keeping Ryan Davis off the flag, creating turnovers in the quad ball game, and then Chasers playing great defense, capitalizing on easy goals, and getting closer and closer to that set score of 150.
And I'm no referee, but from up here in the box, that looked clean to me.
Yeah.
I would go ahead and guess this one is going to be called good, but we'll wait for confirmation on the field.
Yeah, that looks pretty good.
And it is. So New Orleans, huge catch there. And if my math is right, that's going to bring them within one goal of winning this contest. Again, winner moves on to face the winner of Minneapolis and Kansas City. Loser not done yet. They'll get knocked down to the lower bracket here in the play-in, but still just as in it as before.
Oh,
And it's
no,
Mansfield
Josh.
again, maybe overheated a little bit trying to force the turnover, and they might lose dodgeballs. They do lose dodgeballs there. So for Charlotte, just a matter of trying to keep the quad ball possession here.
Oh, they're calling that as a late pass, so New Orleans is able to get quad ball possession there.
So New Orleans game point.
Good trade.
And it looks like they might get control of the dodgeballs back here. So if you're New Orleans game point, they're running though. And I'd like to see them slow it up there. It looked like they might have been able to get dodgeball control. You're one goal away. You want to put those.
No bludger look for Zach Thompson
away.
and Charlotte right here. Save it. Oh no! You have to give it to him. No.
So it looked like on the counter, maybe we'd have some.
He megged them with the. Oh my
A bit
god!
of footy being played there on the baseline by Charlotte.
Cheeky boy. That was
A
awesome.
cheeky move indeed. Looks like goal ref might have called this one a boundary though, and so while it would have been fun.
Yeah, Monomar, that would have been
Maybe
a
a
highlight
turnover.
forever. I'm so sorry they robbed you of that. That was awesome. All right, I think New Orleans might have a little bit of adrenaline rush here, kind of trying to score too quickly. They just need to do what they've been doing for the whole past 23 minutes and just get good looks, capitalize, and finish this game.
So going against dodgeball control here.
Yeah, Marcellus Lewis just looking to draw a beat there. Good idea.
And no dodgeball control coming back for New Orleans. Let's see if the Chasers can make anything happen. No, and it's contested shot well wrapped up. It's PJ Mitchell for the win.
Yeah, emphatic finish.
Put
I mean,
this one to bed for New Orleans
he had a human draped all over him.
from,
Just
from about
ripped it.
12 yards out. I don't know how far that was, but
We're gonna
that
have a
was
conversation there.
shot.
But it looked good from here and everyone in the stands. So maybe he had a little vendetta from having been megged on the other end there.
And so it is called good. I think it was the keeper draped all over him.
Yeah, it
PJ
was.
Mitchell able to put in the game-winning goal here. And so New Orleans, they cruise to victory, a 155-40 finish. And wow, great game here for New Orleans. They look good early. They will move on to play that winner. As I mentioned, Kansas City and Minneapolis. Charlotte not done yet. They've got more games to play today. Lewis, any final thoughts here before we wrap up?
No, I mean, that was a great game to commentate there. Good luck to Charlotte going to the bottom bracket of the play-in, and let's see if New Orleans can represent the South appropriately. Let's go.
Thanks so much for joining us here in New Orleans and Charlotte. New Orleans comes out on top.
Well, yummy fun with 40 gummy blocks. Amos.
Welcome back to the 2024 MLQ Championships. I'm back here on pitch 2 where we're going to be watching the Minneapolis Monarchs take on the Toronto Raiders. This is going to be a good series. My name is Ashton Butler. I'm here with my other commentator, Brandon Cabina. This is going to be a good game to watch as both of these teams seem like their season on the line. Both of these teams, the loser of this team will unfortunately be eliminated.
Game.
So this is going to be a good matchup. Both of these teams lost in the quarterfinals of last year's MLQ Championships. So it would be a tough fall, I guess, to go from losing in the quarterfinals to losing at this point. Brandon, what are you thinking about?
Well, I'm thinking about how last year they did make it to the quarterfinals, Minneapolis. A lot of that was on the back of Mike Devine just going crazy with a lot of catches. And as far as we can tell, he's not here this weekend. He was on roster, but he did not play in their first matchup earlier this morning. And so because of that, I think that's where they're kind of struggling a little bit.
Right. Both teams missing key players, but it's got to be the next person up. And
Absolutely.
Here we go with brooms up.
These two teams did play earlier this year, and in that matchup, it was a series sweep by the Minneapolis Monarchs. But right here, Toronto right off
with the
bat.
drive and a great wrap, but some beater play in the mix there. We'll see and a good goal there.
Wow.
Nice drive, good head of steam there. Lachlan Craig.
Beating Max Meyer is not something a lot of people can do on that brooms up drive.
Definitely not.
And who was that with the wrap? Number 45, Jack Selner.
Right. Some beater play happening on the side of Toronto. Max Meyer bringing the ball up. Surveying the field a little bit. Emma Persons on to his right. Ball goes to Persons. Back over to Meyer. Beat gets thrown, but it looks like it was missed. Pass back to the back.
Woo!
And a good shot. Jack Selner with a good goal.
And both teams break it open. Two offenses in a row with goals.
Lachlan Craig driving and is looking like to get wrapped. Ball comes out, gets the ball back, swing over, and a good breakup there. Selner with back-to-back plays, one on offense, one on defense.
Yeah, I mean that's 3 back-to-back because even before that, Jack Selner was the one with the hit.
Exactly. Selner making their presence known early in this game. Meyer once again with the ball on that left side. I say he probably prefers that spot, but the drive and a good shot, good goal. Max Meyer really loves that left side to where he's able to turn it right and drive towards his right hand.
Yeah.
Because most people aren't fast enough to catch him on that one.
Yeah, I think that when you can drive it and you have the shot as a right-handed player over there on the small hoop, it's really hard to stop, of course.
Podolski making a good play there to retain dodgeball possession. And, some interaction there on the side there. Waiting to see what the call. It looked like a yellow card for an illegal contact on Toronto. So ball should go back to Minneapolis here.
Yep. Card number 32, Toronto.
Yeah, card for number 32, Caldas Christos. And once again, we see Max Meyer bringing up the ball with control of the dodgeballs. Nathan Podolski throwing it back, looking to do a +1 and a drive and a good goal by Max Meyer.
Once again, Max Meyer, I think, is just the lifeblood of this offense over here on Minneapolis. That shot is just too good.
It is. Especially when you're down a player, there's just not a whole lot you can do at that point.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I mean, yeah, a lot of the time you're going to have to pinch Max just to play some sort of defense, and when you can't do that, it's basically just lights out.
Right. Pass to the back to Christos. Tall shot but missed. Picked up on the play. Swing back up top to Joanne Lamb with a drive. High shot. A good beat there by Nathan Podolski to get the stop. Emma Persons to scoop it up.
And I want to give Toronto some credit right there. It wasn't like they were ripping shots that were just flying out of bounds. All of them were a pass shot option, right? And they kept the offense alive.
Definitely. Looking like oh, I heard whistles on the other sideline.
Yeah, the other pitch.
Emma Persons bringing up the ball, a substitution in the beating core right there. And we'll see what's happened. The Minneapolis team has definitely done a great job with control in this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think as long as Max Meyer is scoring, there's not going to be any subs from them.
Definitely not. Max Meyer.
Oh, my goodness. What a dodge right there. And
somehow stayed on Broom. Ball goes back to Meyer, though, with a beater collapsing from behind. Good block there by Toronto. That's Melchior. Melchior with a drive.
Oh, I don't know if that was the best idea, fast breaking, because not only was Podolski behind them, they might not have known that, but they had number 22 in front of them to begin with.
Definitely. Looks like a substitution there. Podolski's going to come off for Cody Narveson.
Some sort of injury, I assume?
Probably. But Podolski with a good shift out there.
Absolutely. That was a crazy snipe beat.
Definitely. Again, we see the ball in the hands of Emma Persons and Max Meyer, looking to just facilitate and make offense for one another. Back up to Persons with a shot.
Oh, wow.
And just missed. Ball's going to get collected in the back. Nathan Reed with the ball.
I want to see more of... I think I want to see a little bit more diversity in the goals by Minneapolis in the future. Obviously, there are only 3 goals in, right? Jack Sellner, but 2 by Max Meyer. It's working on Toronto a little bit because their defense isn't very creative right now. But I need Minneapolis to be more creative on the offensive side.
All right. Ball gets swung to the back, a swing pass to the side, and a jump shot, and it's a good goal.
Great goal.
Good playmaking, good passing. Everyone on the pitch touched the ball right there.
Who was that with the goal, number 24?
Number 24, that's Sarah Dykstra. And then another goal
by Max Meyer. So a hat trick for Meyer here early in the game.
Yeah, this is the type of game where you want to see Max Meyer just kind of take over.
Yeah, absolutely.
For both of these teams, it's back against the wall, and winner takes all.
I mean, Max Meyer is easily one of the most athletic players on the pitch, and so as long as they can keep running, you might as well use him.
Exactly, but you also want to make sure that he's still good to play in a potential 2 more games.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, like, as long as Max just plays basically as much as he can without, you're going to get other subs in eventually,
right? And
they're going to be just as important.
Pass to the back was errored a little bit there by Toronto, picked up by newly subbed in Joe Goulet, running with Max Meyer, and aired dodgeball throw there. Max Meyer with a drive, shot.
Oh my gosh,
good.
That's 4 for Max Meyer. The shot on the move is one of the best in the sport. Nobody can do it like Max Meyer can right there.
Big tackle attempt there on Toronto's side from Levi Medeiros, and looks like Goulet is going to fall off Broom.
Yep.
Max Meyer is taking his first sub of this game for Terry Carlson. Ball passed over to Reed.
With Melchior subbing in, I think that Terry Carlson is a good move as a more physical green headband there in the game.
Definitely. Melchior passed to the back. Ball is mishandled and a kick, but Goulet is able to control it, making the drive. Has Carlson to the right. Zimmett in the middle. Pass to Zimmett, a little bit low, but a good shot. And
not yet.
There it is. Big goal there, Terry Carlson.
I mean, first play on and got a goal. I mean, are we going to just see that out of Terry?
I guess so. Looking like a Toronto timeout here.
I mean, the greens on Minneapolis are just going crazy, right? The keepers.
Definitely.
Meyer, and then Carlson, right? Just instantly.
Yeah, I mean, this team, I think they've woken up a little bit. They smell the blood in the water.
Absolutely.
And they want it. So, Brandon, if you're Toronto over there in that huddle, what are you as the head coach telling them right now?
I think they got to watch the shot. They're trying too hard to be physical. The shots are what's killing them. What while they aren't really as creative on offense, Minneapolis, like I said I wanted them to do, they started getting more creative. They're making 3-4 passes and then scoring. I don't know if I'm the coach of Toronto, I don't know if I'm going to tell them to focus more on the offense or the defense, but I think if it were defense, I'm focused mostly on telling them, like, hey, watch the shot. Stop trying to make these big hits over and over again. Terry Carlson and Max Meyer are going to eat that up.
Right.
They get the ball in front to Ben Zimmett or Emma Persons, like, the shots are there.
Right. And getting back out there on the pitch, looking like Minneapolis is staying with their group, and can't really tell if Toronto has made a sub. I don't believe they have.
I mean, this is basically Toronto's like best line right here. I don't know if they also haven't been in long enough to really tell. I think Nathan Reed.
Well, this is definitely their second line right here. But nonetheless, walking up the field, assistant coach Brian Melchior, I believe was a previous head coach as well. So has a lot of experience, and if you want the ball with anybody, it's going to be someone who's experienced.
Well, I kind of wish that Melchior wasn't the ball carrier. Someone who's that big on a cut would be incredibly hard to stop.
Right. Ball's getting swung, and then I guess like a careless pass almost. But ball saved by Goulet, but maybe didn't want it to be saved. And there it goes. It's going to be a turnover for an illegal reset over the half line.
I think that, you can tell that there's some frustration because of that reset, but I'm going to be honest, there's nowhere for the ball to go.
Exactly.
I mean, like, she made a good pass to get it out of the way of contact.
Right.
And away from the beaters. I think that was the right move. It did result in the turnover, but I don't think that's on number 38 over here at all.
Yeah, Carlson selecting to take it a little slower here. Swing pass over to Joe Goulet, product of the Creighton University. Swing over to Ben Zimmett. Beater exchange in the middle with Narvison. And that's going to lead to Toronto having dodgeball control, but having none on defense. A pass over the back, a big hit, and a good defensive stop there by Toronto.
Yeah, that was good contact by number 24 on Toronto.
Unless
Sarah Dykstra. Oh, maybe the refs are about to make me eat my words.
Maybe, but it may be a little bit too late to make a call like that.
At the very least, the pressure right there caused a bad pass.
Right.
And because of that, they got the turnover.
And no call. I agree with that. And Toronto is walking up the pitch with dodgeball control, and I think that's going to be huge for them right here. Just being able to push the Minneapolis Chasers away from their own and making space for them. Melchior coming up with the ball. Both beaters in front of him. Ben Zimmett beat. Passed by Melchior way high, and just goes out of bounds.
And he subs himself off after that one. I think I'd do the same.
Right.
I don't think that went like how Melchior was expecting.
Definitely not.
He was thinking he's going to be able to take off running and get through all the players on Minneapolis, but beaters were on. They were on watch for him.
Right. Scott Rousseau taking that sub in, as well as Minneapolis taking up a couple subs. We see Goulet with the ball up top. Swing back to Terry Carlson. Carlson skip past to Zimmett.
Wow.
And a good shot. Ben Zimmett. This Minneapolis team has a lot of people that can really shoot the ball. And Zimmett is definitely one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can tell when Zimmett just gets their eye on the hoop that they're going to shoot in. You're just like, well.
Against a team like Minneapolis, you always got to have a hand up. But
that's exactly what I was talking about. They're trying too hard to send everyone out to make hits, and that's not what's going to work against this Minneapolis team.
Yeah. Ball to the back, and a bobbled pass by Craig, and ball goes right back to Minneapolis. Good stop by Terry Carlson.
Well, that's Nathan Reed on that bobbled pass.
Yeah.
I mean, you can just see how much more composed Minneapolis looks. And it's interesting because instead of picking like a 2-2 zone, Toronto is kind of just running everywhere. And if they need to cover a hoop, No, someone over to the hoop.
Good shot there by Joe Goulet. This Minneapolis team is doing a great job of just being there for the next pass.
Yeah.
In every moment, and that led to a good shot there by Joe Goulet, and I believe the assist by Anna Nelson, number 19.
There you go. Yeah, I think that the only shot that Toronto has getting back into this game is flag runner. During flag runner on pitch, they're going to have to use, they're going to have to hope that Minneapolis throws a lot of resources towards the flag runner and that Brian Melchior can just get on a run.
All right. Big beat in the middle by Ben Schluter. Is running with a head of steam, makes a big throw. Toronto with none.
Oh, my.
What a catch and what a score there.
that was the most beautiful alley-oop.
Right. And Schluter, smart, swings the dodgeball back, but Toronto running. Scott Rousseau with the quad ball.
I'm surprised Lachlan Craig hasn't gotten back in.
Yeah.
I mean, he instantly scored. Obviously, he didn't have a lot of production after that, but just being able to go on a run, maybe they're saving him for flag runner on pitch when they're going to really need to run.
Right. Turnover on the play there. A pass across the middle, but I believe the player that the pass was intended for was beat. And Minneapolis with control.
You can just tell Ben Zim is looking for that shot.
Definitely. Screen on the play there, but a good wrap by Joanne Lamb. And a beat.
A beat?
And
I don't know if that was late or not.
Keeping the ball, though. Joanne Lamb still hustling. Great wrap there.
I didn't even notice that Max Meyer was
on the side there, but Meyer doesn't need it.
Yeah, I think that there's a little bit of a misuse of personnel over here on Toronto. I think instead of having your bigger guys in the green up top, you got to throw them on hoops.
Yeah.
You got to let them. You got to have someone back there who's able to block that.
Schluter looking to make some plays on the side. Oh, just I guess going back. And but smart again, just toss the ball back. You want to make sure you have it for defense.
Yeah.
Ball swung from Rousseau to Lamb. Lamb in the back with a drive, and it's an errant pass again.
Yeah, ball slipped out of her hand.
Ball goes to Goulet. And we start another Minneapolis offense. Goulet going to take a sub out here.
He was in for a long time. Maybe he's subbing out so he can seek soon.
Possibly. I mean, this game is pretty handily in Minneapolis' hands right now. So
yeah,
maybe you save someone like Goulet for the next game. Make sure he's still fresh.
Yeah, I think they had to throw their starters out. Oh my gosh.
Oh my! What a cut back there. Number 8.
I think you gotta use your starters to make sure that you're kind of good here in this game, and then you can sub them out and just save them for later once you get a handy enough lead.
Dodgeball's out of the play, but then a duck and
turnover.
The player wasn't able to control the ball. Too many purple shirts around. And familiar sight, we see Max Meyer with the ball.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I'm looking at that top hoop again if I'm Max.
Definitely.
The production is crazy.
Oh, good swing pass there.
Good defense.
Holds on to the ball though.
Well, you see, but they're throwing 3 people onto the same, 3 defenders onto the same person. I think that's kind of been the problem so far.
Right. Ball in Meyer's hands. Screen coming from number 78. A shot. Just goes high.
A little bit of a taller player on that hoop.
Yes.
I think it's causing Max Meyer to have to be a little bit more selective on where they're going to shoot that ball into the hoop. And, Max aimed a little bit too high that time.
Right. Good play there by Toronto's beaters to regain control. Levi Medeiros has been, done a great job out here with Emma Sherwood. And we see Toronto walking up the ball, pass over to Joanne Lamb, back over to the side, beat, and it's cleaned up there by number 8, Cecilia Voth.
She did a good job getting up and just snagging it out of the air, making sure that it didn't get behind for any extra offense. I mean, I think this is kind of what a lot of people were expecting, especially after how it went in the series that they played against one another.
Right.
I don't know if everyone thought it was going to be 10-2 in this period, though.
Right. Podolski coming back in the game at beater.
That's good. I would like to see that someone's not out.
And
That number
looks like-
78.
Yeah. Craig is.
Oh my
goodness, what a
goodness.
Shot. Great hammer set up there by Podolski, and it's
Six.
just another shot there by Max Meyer.
That's 6 goals for Meyer.
out of 11.
Insane.
But it looks like Toronto's starting, or at least starting chasers are starting to come back in the game.
I can't imagine that Max Meyer is going to sub back in after a performance like this. Whenever they need a break, they're subbing out, and that's it.
Ball's getting swung up at the top. Lachlan Craig.
Once again, I think Lachlan Craig, number 32 over here.
And a good shot there. Lachlan Craig creating good openings in the middle. Craig has done a great job so far this game, just being
Absolutely.
aggressive with their offense.
I'll try to fix I'll fix the phrase I was in the middle of saying last time. Lachlan Craig and Christos called this. I think this is kind of one of the lines that we've come to expect out of this Raiders team. I think these are two of the more physical players, but like I said, I don't know if physicality is the move, and a
good
fairly long shot. I think
yeah.
it was, there wasn't a high probability that it was going in.
Yeah, and the ball's picked up by Christos. I think that's what you call a heat check.
Yeah, right there. Yeah. They were basically 11 goals up, like just in a row, pretty much.
Just try stuff, have fun with it.
Yeah, let's see what we're gonna use tomorrow, right?
Right. I mean, Craig's still in the game here. Swing over to Caldas.
You can tell what Craig's trying to do with the screen, but
Right.
oh my,
Big block.
2 in a row.
But the ball's still in Lachlan Craig's hand, always hustling. Ball back up to Caldas.
And then they set the defense back up. That's what's been the difference between the two teams.
Right.
And
Just an errant pass there, blocked by Minneapolis right there. Jack Selner, and great job there on defense there.
Yeah, number
Jack
78
Selner and number 78, Brady Charles.
3 blocks between the two of them right there in that one play.
Right.
But like I was saying, I think that they aren't sending out too many people after each offensive player, and when they do, they're getting back on defense. They aren't just like, okay, we're all out here. Let's keep playing defense. Let's make a hit.
Ooh, and a good beat there by Toronto.
That could be some sort of just a
looked
turnover.
Like, throw after beat potentially. Great play there by Grace Davey. Grace Davey making the beat there to cause the turnover.
I mean, I don't even know if I would rather have that turnover there or not, because Nate Podolski is just right in front of that player. You might as well just pass it back, though.
But at the very least, you have the 2 up top chasers that are both beat.
This is true. If, let's say by some miracle, Podolski misses, that's a fast break. But Jogule is pretty close to the hoops over there, in the grand scheme of things. And so maybe he tags in.
And realistically, you see Nicole Nelson here come pick up this green dodgeball. Minneapolis with control after that.
Also, number 89 right there, ready for the none of what we said matters. Maybe it wasn't a turnover, just balls on the ground.
Okay.
Where it lays.
So
but Joe Goulet is back on room for whatever reason.
I guess that changes things. So
I mean, I don't understand why.
Toronto to set up their defense now without dodgeball control. And ball swung over to number 8 for Minneapolis. And a good defensive stop there by number 38 on Toronto. That's going to be Lauren Matheson.
They just snagged it out of the air, handed it off to the keeper.
Definitely. Gotta love the hustle to get back on defense, though.
Nathan Reed's also back in.
Right. Gotta love this duo right here.
Oh, never mind.
I guess we're not going to see it.
The quick. Well, here's the one of the real duos.
Right.
Nathan Reed and Brian Melchior.
Swing back up to Melchior. And good deflection there by Selner. And a pickup at the end by Both.
Once again, the hustle to get back on D now. Number 38, Lauren Matheson, I think has been the answer to these shots a little bit. She's, she has, the highest value on that top shot so far.
Definitely. Has a pretty good wingspan for it. Driving here, and a big wrap and a big tackle, but came off broom. Melchior, a swing and a miss there for Jack Selner.
I think Melchior made a pretty big mistake there. He reached up and tried to block it. First off was off broom, I think, anyways, while he did it, and because of it, it went out of bounds on Melchior.
Interesting though there that the 20 minutes is starting, I guess, then, because
I think that the ref ran over there to tell the ref huddle that happened. Technically that was still Minneapolis's ball because of that happening, but we'll have to see what head ref decides.
All right, so going into this flag runner pitch, what are we looking to see here? Are we just looking to see sprints, or are we looking to see set offenses? What do you want to see out of these two teams?
I honestly think I want to just see a track meet. I want to see them just running because it has been a pretty slow-paced game. I think for the last few possessions, Toronto's kind of stepped it up on defense. I mean, Minneapolis has been at 110 for a long time now. I kind of just want to see what they can do. I think at this point, Toronto has to play for pride rather than the win. I know it's not impossible, but you might as well just try and just run.
Right. And ultimately, too, if you're Minneapolis, you want to finish this game as fast as you can so you can have as much rest as possible.
Yeah, for sure. And so they might just send Max Meyer out there and just tell him to run.
Yeah. Because realistically, the best case scenario for Minneapolis is they win this game quickly and they get more rest than the team that they're going to play up next, which is going to be the winner of Washington and Charlotte. Currently, Charlotte is in the lead, 80-30.
Ooh, what's the time look like on it?
On Quadball 1, we have it at just under 17 minutes, but I'm not sure how updated that is.
Yes.
But either way, flag runner's getting ready, getting hyped, got the headphones on.
Yeah, listen to music.
That's gonna be Matt Cooper out there. Looks like Cooper's gonna have a good time out there. He's getting hyped up, dancing around a little bit.
Ready to have some fun.
Right.
I think it is kind of quiet out here right now because of how the score is. So
definitely,
someone like Cooper did need to kind of hype up the crowd a little bit.
Yeah.
Do a little bit of a spectacle.
We love the showman when it comes to
Absolutely.
flag runners, because honestly, that's like obviously watching the game is fun too, but watching the flag runner is also like a side of it that maybe some fans come out here to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and some people are friends with the flag runners, right? And
Yeah.
so because of that, they just someone wanted to support their friends, right?
Mhm.
I mean, no shame in that.
Alrighty, well,
Yep,
it looks like
there was a turnover. Like I called it. I'm not gonna lie, I called it, and if I was wrong, I was about to be a little salty. But yeah, Jogale over there with that. I want to see him take some ankles and get this goal.
I mean, that Joe's gonna have to go between 4 Toronto chasers to do that, because I guess he has one chaser there on the side, so it's gonna be a 4-on-2 here.
Yeah, Melchior was not happy about that call, but it was the correct call.
Definitely. Beat there on the play.
Jack Selner.
We have Goulet marching up the field with Emma Persons on his left, coming with a screen on Melchior, not going to take it, and a high shot there.
I don't know what Joe was doing there.
Yeah.
Do you think he just released the ball on accident?
Potentially, or maybe he just shot it high.
Yeah, I mean, he has other stats on this series that we've seen already. I think that you're allowed to make mistakes when you're up this much, and you've been a big part of that.
Toronto with 2 beaters on the flag runner, and both taken out. Great job there by Narvison and McDowell.
Oh my goodness.
With it force, taking out Selner with 1, and then Melchior with finishing the drive on the small.
That's
there.
exactly what I've been trying to see.
All right, a big play there by McDowell, and coming over to take out the seeker. Majeski getting a chance with the flag runner and gets beat out. And We have Selner with the ball at the top. Beater exchange at the flag runner. Christos making a dive.
I will say I
Perfect
can
on the side. Joe Goulet with the shot on the small hoop, and it's good.
Oh, interesting. I will say, I mean, I think that I can respect them slowing it down and not just being like, okay, we're gonna win, let's go sprint, let's run.
Definitely.
You know, they're actually passing around and still doing an actual half-court offense.
Right.
You know, as much as they could just run into people, it's not worth it when you got big bodies out there like Brian Melchior who love to make hits in that moment.
Right. Minneapolis running with a no dodgeball defense as both their dodgeballs are dealing with the flag runner right now. And we have Melchior doing some dancing. Pass over to Craig. Mishandled, but picks it back up.
That's Nathan Reed.
Swing back to the back. And a pick up there.
Oh, yeah.
Running. Has a step on Melchior. Is going to cut back.
Oh, Alvaro. Is he...
Big play made there.
Yeah, good stop by Melchior. I mean...
I believe that cutback might have hurt Goulet right there. As I thought he had a step.
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, when you're trying to save yourself for later in the tournament, I mean, you know, even if it's illegal.
Drive an attack on Goulet, but a big hit. Ball swung back to
Lachlan Craig.
We've been saying the name a lot. Been cooking this series so far. Craig with a hand in the face, but it's not going to matter.
Hat trick for Craig.
Yeah. That's definitely been a bright spot for this Toronto team.
Absolutely.
I mean, say what you want, but this, I mean, the game isn't over until a team hits 170.
Yep.
So,
and that's, I mean, they were at 110 for a long time, Minneapolis, and now they've been at 120 for a long time too. I mean,
a big drive here, Selner. Just gonna
by Selner.
Up and under.
We're gonna have to see if that counted or not.
Yeah. Looks like we have a call behind the play, so potentially something with the beaters.
One thing I think Minneapolis might be smart to do right here is just practice snitch on pitch, flag runner on pitch. See what you can do right here when you have this, these moments of rest.
Right.
Like let's see who can catch.
Right.
Let's figure out some sort of formula that we can take further on into the weekend.
All right. So it looks like we're gonna have a yellow card. I can't quite tell who it was, but I do believe that it's being negated by the good goal.
Yep, there we go. Jack Selner with another goal.
Right. So it means that it would have been on Toronto. We're seeing a new flag runner out here for Minneapolis, number 46, Phoebe Thomas.
A new seeker, not a new flag runner.
Yeah. Going to catch the flag.
There we go. Running after the flag.
And another stoppage right here.
I mean, up until this point, the stoppages have been pretty rare, and I think that it's been smooth sailing for at least, as far as the game has gone.
Right. Running basically a 4-on-4 right here on the Toronto defense. A drive and a missed shot right there, but good hustle in the back by number 10 for Monarchs, Maya Shrestha.
Oh, good block.
Big breakup there, though.
And there we go.
38. Lauren Matheson.
That's exactly the type of defense that they've been missing this whole time. Every time Matheson hasn't been in, that's what they've been missing.
Right.
Someone who's not ready to reach up and just knock the ball down.
Definitely. And Majeski back in the game here, along with Schluter. In the back, we have some quad ball play, a drive, and a good score right there by Toronto.
That is number 29.
Number 20, no.
Oh, they're not on our roster.
The numbers on the jerseys are a little bit smaller on the front, so it's kind of hard to tell. But nonetheless, we have a quad ball on the ground right here. Joe Goulet going to pick it up. Looking to drive a dish, and
looks like it was
good
off
goal.
broom.
Tara Carlson potentially could have been off broom before. Yeah, that's what they're calling right here, being off broom before releasing the ball.
Yes, I also want to correct myself. That was not number 29. That was number 20, Michael Wanless, on that last goal for Toronto.
And yeah, so it's going to be a no good call. I think Carlson was falling off broom before releasing the ball.
Mm-hmm.
And Craig's going to get at the top of the keeper zone. And they're just going to set up their offense. They've been doing a good job as they've been slowing it down a little bit. But the beaters from Minneapolis are playing defense, it looks like now, and that might be a problem. Good drive here, Joanne Lamb, and a good shot.
Ooh.
What a shot at the top of the middle hoop. That's where you want it. That's the sweet spot.
Why did that player drop the ball? Were they beat? Number 17?
Not sure. But we see a drive here and a turnover caused by Toronto right there. Overall, Toronto's been doing a good job right here, getting some momentum back, playing good defense.
Yeah, I mean, you got to empty the tank here.
Definitely. Gabriel Kwok with the ball and swung back over to Lachlan Craig.
I mean, Lachlan Craig's probably the hands that you need it to be in. Oh, long beat by Ben Schluter. Who else? I mean, I'm going to be honest. If I ever play Ben Schluter, I'm not even going to pass the ball anywhere near him.
Nope. Because you talk about beater range. I think Ben Schluter's beater range is the entire pitch.
Yeah, he's the model for it.
Ball's getting swung on the side over there. Carlson with the ball. Swung back up top. Back to the far back. So 3 people have touched the ball so far. A drive here. And good deflection there by Craig. Carlson going to pick the ball back up. Swing over the top. And a good goal there.
Shoots through multiple hands. Ben Zimmett.
Yeah. I love that. Their unselfishness and their willingness to just find a play that works, even if the first one didn't.
Yeah, absolutely. Score is now 140-60. I'm surprised that there hasn't been a catch yet.
Definitely. Flag runner's doing a good job. A good shot there and a good goal by Michael Wanless. Toronto's definitely showing some fight right here. I think if they can get Scott Rousseau here to catch this flag, then they could be in business.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they figured out, like, okay, being physical is not going to be what wins this game.
Right. And a good hammer there, good shot and goal, good pass, everything about it.
Number 18.
Yes, number 18.
Eddie Sobachek.
Eddie's, yeah. This Minneapolis team just seems to work together. They have a lot of chemistry. A lot of people talk about it. Good dodge there by Craig. A shot goes over, but back to Wanless. Ball gets swung, but deflected and stolen by Terry Carlson. Good defense there by Carlson. He's going to take a sub out after a good stop. And we're seeing a slower offense right here for Minneapolis. Just getting the ball up, getting your subs in. And ball gets swung to the left. Max Meyer's back, so you know what that means.
Yeah, it's over.
It's time. Right. Max Meyer with his signature shot up the top hoop.
And I say it's over, not meaning the game's actually over. I just mean, well, you know,
I think it's getting a little too close for Minneapolis' liking. Yeah. They want to put this one away.
They have to go on a 10-1 run to win this. Great smack back by Nathan Reed right there.
Right. Meyer's going to pick it. And they're, I'm
not gonna lie,
might not have gone through the hoop. There it is though.
8 for Max Meyer in that game. I think that Max is the MVP of that game for sure.
Definitely.
That matchup.
Overall though, done a great job here. Minneapolis extending their season by at least 1 game.
Yep.
Unfortunate end for Toronto here for their season, but a lot to be happy for, and Absolutely. A lot of just places to continue to grow. But nonetheless, the good sportsmanship at the end is always important. Lifting up the people, even though their season might be over now.
Yeah, especially for these, interdivisional rivalries. Right. I think that at this point, being salty isn't going to help you. I think next season is just what you need to look forward to. I mean, there's nothing now but rest, recovery, quad ball until next season. quarterfinals here championships as 8 teams are left to vie for the Benepe Cup. We have one of the first quarterfinal matchups today between the Detroit Innovators wearing their turquoise greenish jerseys with black shorts defending the left-hand tubes. We will have the New York Titans in their new alternate uniforms, the white and orange tops with the blue shorts defending the right-hand tubes. And I think this matchup has some really good storylines. Jackson, what are we thinking coming into this? Leo Fried's homecoming. New York couldn't quite get out of the semis last year. Will they face a stumbling block against Detroit in the quarters?
You know, it's going to be a tough task. Detroit coming fresh off, really their best season in franchise history. A 10-2 record for the Innovators. Only losses came against the Chicago Prowl. And now you're facing down one of the top teams in the league in the New York Titans. So it's definitely going to be tough. But this Detroit team, this is the best they've ever looked. So if there's any time they would do it, it would be this year.
For sure. As you said, so last year Detroit did qualify for MLQ Championships. However, they lost their 2 games in the play-in round before being eliminated. Last year, the New York Titans went 12-0 in the East before defeating Minneapolis in the quarterfinals and ultimately falling to Chicago in an absolutely classic matchup in the semis, 2-1. Chris Lecomte will be the head referee. We have starters out there. Looks like for Titans, it's going to be John Jackson in green, Josh Johnson, Lindsay Morella, and Annika Kim in white, alongside Vinny Chico and Christian Barnes in the black headbands. Ray Brodeur and Ryan Sue will be the beaters for Detroit. Looks like Ashton Glenn in green, Leo Fried in white. I'll grab those last 2 numbers as soon as we can to round out that Detroit starting 6 after we get brooms up. The ARs are ready. We get the brooms down call, and we are off. John Jackson first to the ball, but Ashton knocks it out. Josh Johnson tries to pick it up. Leo Fried knocks it down. Glenn, ball handling. Barnes does not look to press. Pass comes near side. Marklin to Fried. Back to Marklin. Back up to Fried. Sue in front with a dodgeball. Brodeur also a dodgeball in hand control with the Innovators. Marklin right back up to Fried. He's going to pick this one up before it goes over half. Looks like we have an advantage call from the head referee. Fried sails one over the top. It's a race that Josh Johnson is going to win, and New York does get a stop. Looks like they also won control in that exchange.
I look at Christian Barnes did on that one, making the pressure up top early, forcing a long pass from Fried, went to the back, and then the beating partner was able to tap out that back chaser, and New York got the turnover.
Lindsey Smyers is that final starter between these two teams as Detroit comes out in a 1-3 defense. Lindsay Morella, ball handling, back behind to John Jackson, goes left, fakes right, gets Marklin off their feet, and puts it home 1-0 for New York.
Yeah, first goal of the series goes by way of the Titans, and it's just a textbook drive and dunk for Jackson.
Yep, if you can't shoot on a 1-3, what you need to do is drive, and that's exactly what John Jackson did. We'll see if Detroit can respond. Glenn ball handling, passes it far side to Leo Fried and back up to Glenn. John Jackson on point defense, the green headband cannot be beat. Far side Fried. Exchange of beats way over the top, over the head of Luke Marklin. That's going to be no good on the conversion attempt from the Innovators. Josh Johnson off and running. He wants to play with speed. That is his favorite thing to do as a player. Easily, no one's going to stop him 2-0. And Detroit's going to need an answer for Josh Johnson if he's looking that good early.
On both of these last defenses for New York, it's been all on the beaters. It was Christian Barnes on that last one. It was Devin Lee on the one just now, where both of them are taking the pressure up early, forcing Detroit to make a decision, and then they're just capitalizing on a long pass.
So Fried now over half. Detroit still looking to open their scoring account here in the quarterfinals. Lindsey Smyers, ball handling, and back up to Fried. Ryan Sue goes down low as Lee fakes him out. Marklin gets the dime from Fried, puts it home 2-1. Rachel Silver now also into the game for New York, beating John Jackson, far side ball handling. Gets it back up to Johnson. Johnson goes for the shot left on one bounce. Morella picks it up over the top to John Jackson. No look pass to Josh Johnson. He is beat out by Ryan Sue. Off and running is Markland. Big hit here from Jackson. The ball comes out to Freed. One-handed catch. Sprinting up the pitch. Slows down when he sees Devin Lee. But Lee does not press his luck. New York's going to play a half-court defense.
Detroit did turn over dodgeballs as well on that last defense. So now they've got 2 heading into this next offense.
Smyers to Glenn, back to Smyers. Sue in front with a dodgeball. Freed now near side. John Jackson playing defense. Brodeur pump fake. Smyers knocks it down, picks it up on the bounce. Goes high. Markland, shot, knocked down by Morella. Josh Johnson's going to clean this one up. Good defensive stand there for New York.
And Morella with a good block there just to stop the shot from Markland. You see a lot of pressure just coming early from the Titans. Forcing, basically every defense they've had is just forcing Detroit to make a decision.
So Jackson now near side to Johnson, back to Jackson. To Johnson, far side, gets around Glenn, puts it up through the top hoop, 3-1.
Stutter step and then the score from Josh Johnson. One of the hardest things to defend in the sport.
Certainly one of the best players in the sport is Josh Johnson. Leo Freed there was on hoops and part of that defensive zone. Got to have hands up. I know it's really hard as Johnson's elusive. Not sure which hoop he's going to shoot at. But it can't be that easy moving forward. Freed's now going to ball handle far side, marked by Devin Lee with a dodgeball. Gets it back up top to Ashton Glenn. Back to Freed, the one-handed catch. Bobbled it, then kind of did a backhand floater. It went over the top, but Glenn is there to pick it up. Glenn being protected by Seuss. Myers and Freed beat out. They're both tagging in behind the play. The head referee has informed Detroit they must advance the quad ball. Shot is no good, and that's one more stop here for New York as they're starting to get into their groove.
Yeah, and it's just looking effortless for Titans right now. They're not really having to do a lot. Using dodgeballs or using any physicality. They're just really being imposing and just scaring Detroit into making a decision, and then they're capitalizing off any small mistake that Detroit makes. New York just really looking like a machine right now.
Tessa Mullins and head coach Tate K are into this one now, beating for New York. Looks like Parada also in this one, a white headband subbed in for Josh Johnson. Lindsay Morella gets it back to Parada, going to be met by Smyers. Pass comes cross court to Jackson, then to Morella. Morella surveying as she backpedals, gets it to Jackson. Jackson fakes, get everybody off their feet, and then goes for the dunk, 4-1. Slow up the field go Detroit, still running all of their starters. New York has 3 starters left in this game and 3 new players as well. Leo Freed, far side, marked by Annika Kim. Near side, goes for the shot, middle hoop. That's a good goal, 4-2.
It's a great solo effort from Leo Freed. He had the space created by, his chasers and beaters, just kind of, using New York's tactic against them and just imposing their presence to create a lane. And then Leo just makes a nice shot.
Yeah, good size mismatch there. Freed with the height on Kim, able to shoot over her head. And I'd say, as I did for Freed before, if you're on the hoops on zone, you have to have your hands up. Same goes for John Jackson there. Normally an extremely capable hoops defender. He is going to pass it near side. Lindsay Morella, marked by Glenn. She takes her space all the way in, then gets it back out to Jackson. He goes for the shot. Well-timed play. Tate K had cleared the defender right out, 5-2.
Yeah, that's just a simple, clear out that right side hoop and then score. And, Jackson's going to put that one away every time.
Very well timed there from Detroit. Brooke Smiley receives the dodgeball freshly into this game. Alongside David Banis. Banis now sprinting for the only dodgeball as New York presses. Freed can't handle the pass, but does pick it up off the ground. The beat misses. He just pushes John Jackson over, which is an extremely difficult thing to do. The amount of strength that took was crazy, but I do think Freed is going to get a card for his efforts here, as John Jackson not only did not have possession of a ball, but even if he had, with the green headband on, would not have been an eligible target to tackle in that keeper zone.
I think Freed was trying to appeal that Jackson was kicking the ball, which it was in between his legs, but that's hardly an appeal you can make when it was just the ball just happened to go there.
Although Freed's not making his way to the penalty box, it might be called no harm, no foul. Certainly a good stop for New York, no matter the result of the play here. And yep, that's what it's going to be. So no one's going to the box. Leo Freed gets sent back to hoops, as there are going to be some more subs for New York here. Sharina Shah subs in for Annika Kim. And Lindsay Morella also subs out. John Jackson far side. Molly Potter there, the player in for Morella. Parada takes his space. Pump Fix just gets beat out. He had no idea the beat was coming. Now off and running, go Detroit. Ashton Glenn straight up the middle, gets it to Leo Freed, passes right around John Jackson, 5-3. And while it's felt like it's been all New York, Detroit's not really having too much trouble scoring here.
No, I mean, yeah, we talked about, New York just looks like a well-oiled machine right now. And off the eye test, you would think that they were winning by a lot more. But Detroit, just off the back of some good chaser plays, Glenn to Freed, right in sync with one another, able to get that goal and keep the lead at 2 for the Titans.
Both teams now playing into their depth. Hagag into this one. He receives the pass. Fakes right, goes left, gets beat out, but not before getting the ball to Parada. Parada moves right, shoots high, way over the top. Could not get around Robert Butler in the green headband. And that's going to be a good stop. I think a lot of people coming into this one thought New York had the top-end talent advantage. Into depth, if Detroit can prove they have a slight advantage there, that would be huge for their chances in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, completely agree.
Banis is beat out. The pass to Nick Love is intercepted by Mo Hagag. Hagag sprinting up the pitch. Fakes left, goes right. Butler can't do anything about it. 6-3 New York.
Hagag took what I would consider an ill-advised shot on that last offense, but more than makes up for it by getting the goal on that preceding one.
A lot of dodgeball stuff happening over by New York's hoops. Tate K is ultimately going to get called for ignoring a beat there. It's going to mean control to the Titans. And Banis and Smiley really holding control here against an extremely talented beater pair in Kay and Mullins of New York. Far side. Then to Nick Love. Love has it behind. Works on Trina Shaw. Goes right, shoots left, bar down, 6-4.
Great shot there. And yeah, the 2 dodgeballs for Detroit there were just able to use their pressure enough to open that lane behind the hoops for a great shot there.
Jason Ing, Elizabeth Lawson-Keister now in black headbands for New York. Frank Minson also subbing into this one, and Josh Johnson is back into the game after starting. Johnson has it. Working slowly here, giving Ing and Lawson-Keister a chance to win control. Potter takes her space, goes high, gets everybody off their feet, but then misses high on the shot. Although it does look like Ing and Lawson-Keister are able to win control. No! Smiley comes in, maintains it for Detroit. Off and running now, Detroit up the pitch. Slowing down a little bit here. Gwen Pratt, ball handling, far side. Smiley clears a lane in front.
Dodgeball's off the ground for New York here.
Pratt back to Love. Love to Freed. Freed shoots high, no good. And that is going to go out of bounds and result in a turnover.
Both possessions where, you're right there in front of the tall hoop. Both teams take the shot, just goes a little bit high. Maybe you're getting a little bit antsy. Maybe the stage of the quarterfinals is a little bit big. Also, this is the first game of the weekend for both these teams, so it might just be that neither team is fully warmed up yet.
Josh Johnson ball handling far side as Jason Ing in front. Molly Potter catches near side pass. The beat comes in. Molly Potter passes to Frank Minson. He's able to score over Gwen Pratt, but Leo Freed immediately picks it up, gets it out to Nick Love. Nick Love is beat out by Jason Ing, and an ill-advised fast break attempt from Leo Freed gets the turnover to Frank Minson. He's out sprinting the other way. The no pass to Molly Potter, and that's 2 goals as quick as I can talk about them for New York.
Shout out to Lawson-Keister on that first one for opening up the play by taking out Detroit's hoop beater. That allowed for the easy shot to come through. And then, yeah, Detroit tried to go fast, but then the long pass and Molly Porter put it away. And now it's a 4-goal advantage for the Titans.
From 2 goals up to 4 goals up in about 15 seconds. A huge turn of events here. Pratt is now ball handling up top. Jason Ng going for the press. Leo Fried is beat out. No, he blocked it. Fried, though, then does get beat by Ng behind. Frank Minson just sprints up the pitch, picks it up, gets through the defender's back. That was Amanda Margolis before Leo Fried also gave the attempt. It's 9-4.
Frank Minson just went through 3 defenders there from Detroit to go and score that goal. New York, we talked about they're doing so much and just looking so good early on, and it's plays like that show you where the intensity of this team is at right now. We also, I believe, saw a timeout come from Detroit.
Yep, Detroit is forced to call their timeout, going from being down 6-4 for 9-4 in a very short span of time. I think 2 things can be said about this little run. One, both teams tried to play fast, and New York was able to convert. Detroit was not. And 2, as we talk about the depth of these 2 teams and who's going through which lines of beaters and chasers, New York is already on their 4th beater line, and Jason Ng, who just caused that turnover, might be the best beater on New York so far in this game, and he came in as a 4th line beater. That is the sort of depth that most teams can only dream of, but it's something that New York has. Really, I would say probably 4 or 5 truly elite beaters, and then another 4 or 5 who are very good.
Yeah, and having 9 to 10 very good beaters is going to get you a long way, especially when you're allowed to just go take even 3 drives and sub out. You've always got fresh beaters on the field, and not every team is going to be able to play up to that.
Yeah, and I mean, when they first subbed in, Banis and Smiley held control for a long time. I think they were really on the pitch as Detroit pushed back against New York, really made it feel like it was anyone's game without too much momentum swing. And that was, I think, kind of against Tate K and Tessa Mullins, who a pair that I think a lot of people think of as New York's kind of top pair. So it does look like Ray Brodeur and Ryan Sue are going to be back into this game for Detroit. Leo Fried, Gwen Pratt, Amanda Margolis, and Nick Love rounding out the 6 innovators on pitch.
One thing I want to see from Detroit to try and get back into this game, I want to see the chasers and beaters just work together more. That sounds so simple, but that's something that we haven't really seen yet. It feels like all of their goals so far, or at least most of them, have been off the backs of fast breaks or just individual efforts, and I feel like Detroit could be working more with their beaters to open up lanes.
It's easy to say, it's hard to do. Out of that time out, New York does not make any subs. They still have Potter, Shaw, Johnson, and Minson in the quad ball game, along with Ng and Lawson Keister beating. Control is with the Titans. Margolis ball handling around the corner, far side. Throws back, which came from great catch there from Leo Fried, the one-handed catch against Frank Minson. Pass comes out to Pratt on one bounce, gets hit by Potter, but not before getting it to Love. Love floats one to Margolis. Margolis, the shot goes low. Potter picks it up, off and running. Passes back, tiptoeing on that middle line. Minson's beat out, but Johnson has the quad ball. The no-look to Molly Potter, 10-4.
New York, that was a great play there on the score. I'm going to be honest, I lost my mind when Leo Fried absolutely mossed Frank Minson. I don't even care that they didn't get the goal. That's a highlight reel play right there.
The one-handed catches from Fried are something to behold, but Josh Johnson looked like he was slowing up and moving right, and suddenly the ball had gone across his body, an absolute dart to Molly Potter, who does not miss goals from that distance.
Yeah, big credit to Potter as well, just getting the tap in on, a very short window as well.
So Fried now working against Minson. Goes left, goes high. That's no good on the shot. The ball tries to be picked up by Margolis. Johnson grabs it, is beat out. Potter now picks it up, gets it to Minson. Minson behind the back play to avoid the strip. He no-look pass to Shrina Shaw. Shaw cannot handle it as Nick Love comes out of nowhere, and Leo Fried picks that up. And Fried is off and running. Detroit wants to play quickly. Johnson is beat out. Leo Fried puts it home, 10-5.
You see 2 amazing plays on both ways. Frank Minson going coast to coast with that one, the behind the back. That was electric. And then Leo Fried says, "Let me do you one better." And now we're going to see a timeout for New York.
A timeout for New York after just 1 goal from Detroit. You think they just want to send a message to slow it down. That goal from Detroit was really led, as we said, by Leo Fried on the fast break. He saw there were no dodgeballs back, except for one in the hands of his own beater. Called for Josh Johnson to be beat, and at that point, all he had to do was hit a shot on an empty net.
We're about 6 minutes away from halftime. The Titans lead it by 5 goals right now. I mean, I have to say that this was the expected result, but I've got to say I've been so impressed with how the Titans have looked so far. And yeah, Detroit was kind of hanging around for a little bit, but then the Titans started pouring it on, and you're just seeing them punishing really every mistake that Detroit has made.
And Detroit pushed back. This has been a competitive game that has had a few lopsided moments.
Yeah, the scoreline does not reflect how close this game was.
Yeah, we have to remember that New York went on a 3-0 run over the span of about a minute and 10 seconds.
Yeah, you take that out, it's only a 2-goal difference.
Exactly. And so I think what Detroit needs to do is not let those little spurts happen again. Play even, play maybe +1, -1 here through 20 minutes. That's really going to keep you in the game, especially with Leo Fried on your side for the flag runner game seeking. Now, that being said, I think, especially as this is a best-of-3 series, we need to see what Detroit has to offer when Leo Fried is not on the pitch playing quad ball. Can the Innovators stand up when he's seeking? Can the Innovators stand up in games 2 and 3 when he is tired and needs more rest? I'd like to see that worked in, maybe a few more breaks for him as we see other options in the quad ball game.
Yeah, we've seen Fried with 3 of Detroit's 5 goals so far. The only other ones belong to Pratt and Marklin. So exactly what you said. If Leo Fried does have to come out to seek, which is very good, his skills are definitely needed there to get back into this game, who is Detroit going to lean on? I think that's something that they've got to answer before we get to 20 minutes.
So Barnes and Cupid will be the beater pair for New York. They subbed on a little bit before this timeout. Looks like out of the timeout, Josh Johnson, Lindsay Morella, Ryan Leary, and Frank Minson will round out the playing 6 for the Titans. Still have Luke Marklin, Gwen Pratt, Nick Love, Leo Fried, Ryan Sue, and Ray Broder on the pitch for the Innovators. Moving with speed is Josh Johnson over half. Still moving forward, goes for the shot, puts it home, even with Marklin on the hoop. Josh Johnson was not afraid to shoot, and he put it right home.
From about 7 yards out there, it's a great shot there. And I believe they were able to keep control in the dodgeball game as well. No, sorry, Detroit did turn it back over, but you do take the goal if you're New York to gain yourself, I think, the biggest lead of the game thus far.
Yeah, it looks like Kellen Cupid isn't happy with something as he was running back to tag in. He had his body turned. He was talking to some ref, I think. Unclear what happened in that play. Although Jackson, as you pointed out, it did result while the goal for Johnson in control being turned over for the Innovators. Now down 6, I really think that Detroit needs to potentially figure out how to prevent New York from fast breaking. Almost even if your half court suffers a little bit, Detroit has had more success on fast breaks scoring and on half courts defending. And I think they need to focus more on this half court defense, explode into offenses on transition, and when it's half court, make sure you have some beaters back so that New York can't run on you. After a long discussion with the refs, there is no call on the pitch, so we'll continue play here. Pump fake from Cupid, and then the pass comes through to Nick Love. Josh Johnson, I think, might have gotten a hand on it. Johnson and Love fighting for it. Ultimately, back to Frank Minson in the green headband. That's a good stop for New York. Minson speeds up, slows down, throws one across the pitch, and Gwen Pratt can pick that one off all day. Not a great decision there from Frank Minson. Fried up the pitch, sprinting through, gets it out. Josh Johnson, a stop on the Nick Love shot. That one had goal written all over it. And then Minson, the diving effort to get the ball on the ground. Love and Johnson fighting for it. Johnson up and running. Goes for the stiff arm. The beat from Broder does hit Johnson in the foot. The no-look pass to Gwen Pratt doesn't connect, and Cupid gets an ankle beat from distance. Sue, though, is now trying to protect the quad ball. Leo Fried is the first to it. He is beat out, and New York is going to get the chaotic stop, but not. And Josh Johnson just immediately running up the pitch. Johnson floats it. It's no good. Rims out. A little bit too cute there from Johnson.
That would have been the icing on the cake. There's so much I want to say right now, from Johnson's stiff arm to Johnson's blocks to the long beat from Cupid. The Titans are really hanging their hat on the defensive side of the ball right now, and they're still getting the goals to cover for it as well.
Yeah, I think especially first game of the day for both teams, as we said, New York coming in as a big favorite, only one loss on the year. There is no oh, we're going to blow them out of the water. Oh, this is going to be easy about this team. They are working hard to put Detroit away. And I think that's really important to note when sometimes early on in the day, some teams could have trouble getting it going. Pratt, meanwhile, gets it to Glenn behind. Glenn throws a shot. Morella got a hand on it, knocked it down, and Johnson's going to pick it up. So give the stop there to Lindsey Morella. Stiff arm from Johnson, off and jogging up the pitch. Hands it off to Morella. Morella coming down near side, gets it Johnson far side. Chico, the beat comes through. The shot from Johnson is no good. And as hot as Josh Johnson has been, you can't be too heavily relying on mid-range shots the whole game. I'd like to see a different option. And just as I say that, John Jackson's going to sub back into this game for Josh Johnson.
Johnson's talent has been incredibly shown on the defensive side of the ball right now, as have all the Titans, really, with all of them stepping up on the blocks and, long-range beats, just making the right decision. If they can get some more shots to fall, the Titans are going to be in great shape to wrap up game number 1.
Marklin rips one. No good. Not sure if it was a shot or a pass. Either way, it did not connect, and not the best-looking offense that Detroit has had all game. Of course, it looks like this is what they want their set to be when Leo Freed is not on the pitch. We got Gwen Pratt alongside Luke Marklin, Ashton Glenn, and one more player. It might be Jackson Macy. I'll do my best to get a number on that in a second here. So far side Lee, cross court pass to Jackson, to Morella, middle. Gets it back to Mike Lee. Mike Lee goes over the top of Gwen Pratt, 12-5, and this one's really slipping away from Detroit.
A little about 2 minutes to go until we get to flag runner on pitch. And yeah, New York is just extending their lead. We talked about earlier, we wanted Detroit to, at least try and get it within, maybe 3-4 goals or so. And now it's becoming a bigger hole for them to get out of.
Just like that, we do have Leo Freed back into this game. Glenn ball handling up top, Smyers down low near side, Marklin down low far side, rounds out this quad ball quartet for the Innovators. Freed walking in, shoots it, no good. Smyers racing to the sideline, is able to pick it up, tries to get around the corner on John Jackson. Looks like maybe it is actually going to be an out of bounds call on Smyers here.
Yeah, the refs are going to have a discussion here. Not sure if it's about the out of bounds or if it's about maybe another foul that they're discussing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. No call on the play, remount. So not sure what they discussed. Either way, it seems like the ball stayed in bounds. There's no penalty. Though we are going to discuss. I think maybe the goal ref saw that it went out of bounds. The goal ref definitely had the best view. They were definitely the closest to the ball.
It confused me why the goal ref didn't go over the rest of the huddle.
But at any rate, we're going to make sure we get this call right. The score remains 12-5 in favor of the Titans. Nope.
It's going to stay with Innovators, it looks like.
Yep, it's going to stay Innovators and stay in the hands of Lindsey Smyers, working on John Jackson here when we whistle in. Smyers gets wrapped up. Freed comes in to try to pull it out. Chico now shows up, beats out Freed, and I think that's going to end it. It is, as Smyers is also beat out by Chico. New York gets the stop and look to go up 8.
2 dodgeballs if you are Detroit here. It's a small silver lining, to say the least, but you got to use that to try and prevent New York from scoring any more.
Mike Lee now has it near side, all the way behind the hoops. Chico comes in, throws a beat. The pass goes up to John Jackson. Jackson marked by Glenn, who does not want to leave the keeper zone. Jackson now takes a few steps forward, passes back to Morella. Morella takes her space, gets it back to Lee. Lee marked by Smyers. Takes his time, moves left. The beat comes in. A hand from Marklin. Freed catches it. Freed off and running. Slows it up. Leo Freed now. Slowly up far side. Mike Lee's going to be playing some point defense here in the green headband. Spin move from Leo Freed.
We're right around 20 minutes here, so this may be the last possession.
And Detroit does have control. Luke Marklin backs it up, then passes it to Ashton Glenn. Glenn fakes left, goes right, shoots. That's a good goal from Ashton Glenn. 12-6. And that is the 20-minute mark. So we are at 20 minutes. Detroit is trailing by 6. The set score will be 18. And while Leo Fried is on the pitch, I am embarrassed to say we forgot that he might not even be the best seeker on Detroit, as I saw Neil Peterson warming up on the sideline, an absolutely lockdown seeker. So we may see him in to start this game seeking for the Innovators, which will allow Fried to stay in the quad ball game.
That would certainly save some of the problems for Detroit right now. I think taking Leo Fried off the pitch right now is not beneficial for Detroit. I think they absolutely need Leo on the pitch if they want to have a chance of getting back in this game. Catching the flag is going to be crucial. The set score is going to be 180. But the way that New York has just been, just absolutely raining down goals, you're going to have to really step up on defense. Like, yeah, we talk about, they need to go put points on the board. But if you're not finding ways to stop New York from scoring, it doesn't matter how many you put up.
We're also in an interesting situation where New York has 3 fantastic seeker options in Mohagag, Kellen Cupid, and Jason Ng, going up against this flag runner, Matt Cooper. I almost think, despite the fact that New York has that trio of great seekers, Detroit needs to keep their dodgeballs in the quad ball game. I quite frankly do not think that Detroit has an answer for Josh Johnson in open space. And if he's not on the pitch, maybe you can risk taking the dodgeballs towards the seekers. But I think as long as he's out there, you're probably going to need to leave your beaters back to play some defense.
You just have to trust that your seeker's going to make a play. We saw that gamble pay off for Washington in a play-on match earlier. You just have to really hope that, your seeker's able to go out there and get a pull. And then, you need to keep at least 1, probably 2 dodgeballs back if you have them. Because if not, New York's just going to use every opportunity they get to put points on the board.
So as all the players head back to their brooms, we are about to get started here in the flag runner on pitch period. Once again, the score is New York 12, Detroit 6. The set score will be 18. The flag runner is worth 3. Tate K and Tessa Mullins against Ryan Sue and Ray Brodeur in the beater game. Sue and Brodeur will start with control. Jackson Lee, Leary, and Morella chasing for New York. Fried, Smyers, Glenn, and Marklin chasing for Detroit. And it looks like the starting seekers are going to be Mohagag, and I believe that is Neil Peterson, although I'll confirm when I can grab a number. All right. The head referee calls for remount and start play. Mike Lee, a little bit of a skip, then passes far side John Jackson. Jackson can be pressed by Ryan Sue. Mike Lee on one bounce marked by Marklin. Behind the hoops, gets around the corner. Fakes left, goes right. Leo Fried comes in, gets the tackle, and Mike Lee scores through contact. Great goal there from Lee, 13-6.
Yeah, there was some high contact from Fried there, but Mike Lee did not care. Still able to make the goal happen, just fighting through to give his team an extended lead.
And confirm that is Neil Peterson seeking now for Detroit. Ashton Glenn, very slow. High press from New York's chasers. Marklin now has it, moving right, going to be marked by Morella. Over the top to Glenn. Morella now going to swap over to Glenn. Ashton Glenn moving to his left. Over the top, Morella got a hand on that right into the arms of John Jackson. Jackson off and running, but Ashton Glenn pokes it out. Leo Fried picks it up. Great hustle play there, although Mike Lee is then there to recover the fumbled quad ball. The block again from Fried. Great team defense there and good hustle from Detroit.
It's incredible hustle from Ashton Glenn. I mean, Justin had no idea what was coming up behind him until...
So we do have a stoppage here. There's a seeker injury, Kellen Cupid, on the ground here. Looks like he's okay. I think it was just an initial wind gets knocked out of you injury. Able to move off under his own power, and that's going to put Jason Ng into Seek. So already the third Seeker here after the quick sub from Hagag to Cupid. Now the injury sub from Cupid to Ng. And New York is really showing off their depth at all positions.
Yeah, and it's only been about 2 minutes here into Flag Runner on pitch. And like you said, New York are fine with doing these continuous subs in the beating game and in the Seeker game because they've just got talent, through 3, 4, 5 lines, as we were discussing.
Sue beats out Morella to give his chasers a little bit of breathing room. Mike Lee playing some point defense up high. Freed backs it up, then elects to go forward, tries to get through both New York players, hits the deck, the ball comes out. Glenn is the first one to pick it up, gets it over to Markland, and another hustle play, this time on the offensive side of the ball, 13-7.
Leo Freed was taken down, but was able to push that ball along the ground to Glenn, who found Markland, and Markland delivers the no-look dunk goal.
Lee keeping this one a little bit slow here. Neither Seeker with a great look, I don't think yet. Mike Lee over half, moving up the pitch, moves right, Smyers up high. Pass comes over the top to Potter. Potter rips it to Morella. Morella straight through the middle hoop, 14-7.
I do want to shout out Ryan Sue for having a good catch in the beating game there. But as the Detroit Beaters were by the Seeker, unfortunately they were not able to stop the goal.
Ashton Glenn slowly up the pitch. A little bit of rest time here for the flag runner. Detroit, far side. Back up to Glenn. The pick from Freed. Glenn goes through, spin move, comes around the corner, another screen, and Josh Johnson comes out of nowhere to block that one. Johnson making his presence known right after he subs into this game. Throws it really high all the way to Molly Potter. She can't quite handle it. Spires there to play some defense. The beat comes in, is no good, but Potter finds the cutting Morella, 15-7.
Absolute dart from Molly Potter there to find Morella for the score. And yeah, a nice cross, basically full field pass there. Didn't work the first time, but then great passing from Porter there to find the score.
A catch in the flag runner game will win it now for New York. Mohagag back into this one in the yellow headband. Leo Freed now driving far side. Moves right, passes left. Smyers knocked down by Potter. Potter going to chase her own knockdown, but Freed is there first. Freed goes left, gets around Johnson. Again, this behind, it's like this weird passing motion Freed's been doing. It hasn't worked out too often as Josh Johnson goes coast to coast. No one's going to keep up with him, 16-7.
Great hustle play. It feels like every single person on Titans has how to block this game. Feels like everyone is either swatting down a pass or swatting down a shot. Everyone's getting involved on the defense.
Slowly up the pitch. Morella playing defense very high up. On one bounce, Nick Love receives the pass. Back over to Smyers. Big wrap there from Molly Potter before the beat comes in on Smyers. Josh Johnson gets the pass to no one. Over to Potter, can't quite handle it. On one bounce. Over the top, back to Josh Johnson. Johnson driving in, a little backhand of his own. And then Nick Love, just with the effort play, is going to get the stop there from Detroit. I'm not sure Molly Potter knew anybody else was in the vicinity.
And even though New York has looked so good in game number 1, there are still small mistakes that they could clean up, which, that's really just trying to find a problem with New York in this game. Really, everything has been fantastic thus far.
Very slow here from Love. Rips a pass all the way down to Madeline. Madeline goes right, then left, then back left before going back right to Pratt. Pratt to Madeline, and a good catch there from Jason Ng. I say good, I didn't see it. If it is a legal catch, it will end the game in favor of the Titans.
The crowd certainly erupted in cheers. They think it's good. The referees will discuss, but you can see the downcast looks of the Innovators. I think they know that this catch is good too.
Yeah, Jason Ng and Devin Lee there, the seeker and the beater, two different generations of Rutgers players. As the referees discuss this one. The catch from Jason Ng and the New York Titans is good. That makes the final score 195-70 in favor of New York. Jackson, it never felt like it was in doubt, but it also didn't feel like a blowout. Do we think Detroit has something to work with here moving into game 2?
I think they do, but we need to see more of that first half, really that first 10 minutes that Detroit put up. We were talking about earlier when it was like a 5-3 game. They looked like they were hanging in there with the Titans, even though they were down 2 a little bit. And then even you take out that three-goal run earlier that we had talked about, I think we said it was about a 10-7 game. Detroit has something here that they can work on, that they can build on, but they're going to need to buckle down and eliminate the mistakes if they're going to come back and win a game number 2.
New York and Detroit game 2 will be coming at you from pitch 1 in about an hour and a half. In the meantime, here on pitch 2, it will be Chicago versus New Orleans. Stick around.
Well, yummy fun with 40 gummy blocks. Amos.
Hello and welcome back to Pitch 2 here at MLQ Championship. We're ready to get started with our second set of quarterfinals, and this one featuring the Chicago Prowl, who made it all the way to the finals of MLQ Championship last year, and a New Orleans Curse team who is making an appearance in the quarterfinals for the first time in program history. Two programs who had very different last years, but now are both here looking to win 2 games to punch tickets to the semifinals. I'm Ethan Sturm alongside with Teddy. Teddy, what are you looking forward to here?
You really couldn't write it any better than this. The New Orleans side is a lot of very experienced veteran players, a lot of players that, as Alex Pucciarelli called it, grew up playing together against the Chicago team that has really been melting in people from a lot of different areas. You have remnants of the old indie teams as well as new blood into the Boom Train teams in the U.S. Quadball season. So it's just really exciting to see the strategy matchup in this situation, the way the beaters will play with each other, and a lot of the athleticism that'll be on display.
Yeah, and this Chicago team has come out so hungry in recent years. Obviously, that epic semifinal last year against New York that they won. Darian Mercick Ellis making his first ever appearance at MLQ Championships, a Team USA talent, one of the best in the game, just hasn't ever been able to make it work. Gets this one started, gets Chicago's tournament started. They need 6 wins to get what has eluded them all these years, an MLQ Championship title. They've been in finals. They've been just about everywhere. They've just never gotten to that step. Derek Guyman coming in from the West Coast for the first time this year on the wing there. Ben Peachy, wide open in space, puts it through. Just made it look so easy, and that's what the Chicago team is offensively. They are the smoothest, crispest team in this sport.
Yeah, I've said it to anybody that would listen. They've looked like the most well-prepared team basically all season, maybe except for the first game in which they lost to Detroit, another team that looks well-prepared, but sometimes on offense they look like they're at practice, and that was one there.
Chicago comes out in the press they love to run behind Tad Walters and Noyes Osra. They get a turnover. It was almost a problem. Almost got a pass over the top, but to no avail. Now DME is coming down, working on Mueller. And goes up to Peachy.
Walters and Oyster have had such a great season so far. By basically any metric you can find, they do a great job getting the team out and able to run.
Mansfield tries to beat there on DME on the long pass. Not enough to get the beat, but does force the ball away from DME. It is going to be a turnover. I think New Orleans is counting its blessings for every stop they can get just to prolong this game being close.
Yeah, and you can see it in the pace they're using to get up the field here. We've seen from this ref crew, we've got head ref of Ricky Nelson, very experienced, but someone compared to Chris Lecomte on the other field who is letting the pace of play get a lot slower than other crews, which I think should play into New Orleans' favor.
Mansfield and Tad Walters, who came up in similar programs in the New Orleans area, take an exchange there. Dodgeballs are all on the ground. Pass goes behind him. Mueller hits the shot. We are knotted up at 1.
Well done. Good patience there and a good job of executing on what was almost a broken play. Well done by New Orleans. One thing about New Orleans, they're not going to back down, right? They made it here through the play-in bracket. Like, nothing has been easy for this squad all year. They played in the grueling South. They made it out of the play-in bracket. They're not going to roll over to Chicago.
Guyman behind the DME. DME taking his space, goes right by Mueller, finishes with ease. I think it's being called good given that Ricky Nelson is chasing the ball down. 2-1 Chicago.
Yeah, just DME is so hard to keep in front. Yeah. Just an electric player and fantastic talent. Left-handed as well, which always throws defenders off. Great finish there.
Yeah, and at the highest levels, it feels like some teams have had trouble integrating him properly into their offenses because you really have to build around his special kind of talent. The Chicago team loves playing him behind the hoops, letting him take the mismatches behind and then pick apart the defense from that space.
I think it's an easier way to integrate somebody who's so effective on the ball that you just want it in their hands so much. So put him in isolation, get him behind hoops, and make defenders need to be closing out to him so that he can attack the rotation.
Mertens over the top there. Shot goes wide. Peachy recovers. It's going to be a transition opportunity. Peachy goes end-to-end. Burns, the only person to beat, finishes through. 3-1 Chicago.
Peachy's had a great season here and another great start to this game as he'll catch a sub, but a fantastic shift from Peachy, who's really been a bright spot on this Chicago team so far this year.
Yeah, and for all the success Josh Mansfield's had in his career and in this season, where you could argue, maybe with the exception of Daniel Williams, he was the best beater in the South Division, has not been able to get dodgeball control off of the Chicago Beaters. They've just gone through their first sub kill. Williams just came into the game. Now it's all dodgeballs on the ground. Mertens is trying to make an attempt, gets it behind to Shelby Casio. Casio fakes a bunch of times, gets it to a wing player, finishes through contact. I just got to get a number on that one, but it is 3-2 just like that.
Fantastic finish around the hoop there. New Orleans, a team with a ton of size, great physicality around the hoops. Well done, and well done by Casio in that situation, who led the league in scoring among women with, I believe, 17 goals in the regular season, to stay active, pump fake, pump fake, pump fake until somebody bit, and then find the pass for a great goal.
Emma Vasquez running the team up top, and Nathan Digman now in. Matt Melton tries to get through the contact, can't. It goes all the way up with Vasquez. Vasquez just trying to reset the play, gets it back to Melton. Caleb Williams goes streaming in, clears out the first defender. Melton's able to finish. And one of the things that's so scary about this team is we saw what that first line was, and this Melton Digman line has been taking names all season long.
All season long for like 10 seasons in a row now, too. Two people that have seen it all, and they're not going to flinch in the face of adversity.
Yep, and another press successful here for Chicago, and they look to get out in transition. Digman gets it behind to Melton. Melton over to Vasquez. Vasquez finishes, and they just run up the score so quickly. 5-2 in favor of Chicago now.
Oh, it's so tough. You have to control the pace against this Chicago team, but it starts with getting stops, and the easiest way to get stops is with control. If the dodgeballs are in a scrum or not able to get ahead of the ball at all, they get bodies up the field so fast. They know exactly how to fill their lanes in these pseudo transition opportunities, and they're so unselfish with the ball until they can get good looks to score.
Yeah, we'll see what New Orleans can now do with a little bit of control. Sanders and Kneeling are the ones with it. Spicer has the ball on the wing, back up to Lewis. You don't want to lose it. Caleb Williams is going for a tackle on Sanders, gets the ball loose. A wide pass there. Melton's trying to get in the way of Spicer, and it's going to be a turnover, cleaned up by Michael Morowick.
Chicago's been so good defensively all season. I think they've allowed the fewest goals out of anyone in MLQ, and it shows there.
Yep. Head coach Kenny Murphy now taking the field. And just another line. I mean, that line, that for as talented as was only on the field for a couple minutes, and now we're getting the Byron Ng, Kenny Murphy, and I believe Riley Andrews. That's Liam Zock coming into the game.
An embarrassment of riches. We just talked in the Boston-Austin game about how deep those teams are. Chicago, at least right in that category, they can go 3 lines deep and not miss a beat against pretty much the entire league.
Matty Troy has on the near side Byron Ng in the game as well, the Rutgers product who plays his summers in Chicago. His twin brother plays beater for the Titans. Chicago-New York is a matchup that a lot of people have been predicting for the finals. Ng looking to open up his account here at MLQ Championship 2024 and does throw through contact.
Great finish there. Good patience from the Chicago offense. Just cycling the ball, moving the zone. It just puts so much pressure on you to need to know where your marks are, know where your responsibilities are, and follow the ball. On top of that, they've been sitting on control and just really pinching in the positioning of the defensive beaters.
And New Orleans has been in this spot before. You know, they were down 6-1 to KC and came all the way back to win that game in the end, and it was because of some of the performances of their second shift players, including PJ Mitchell, who's in control of the ball right now on the near side. Sanders tries to win an exchange. I think we're going to get a call on the play. Harold Advincula, I think, might have made contact outside the boundary with Sarah Kneeling. His head to the box, it looks like. So just what the doctor ordered here for New Orleans, beater power play opportunity, get one on the board, get back within 3, and get to walk out with dodgeball control in the process.
Yep, and then again, that helps you potentially get the pace of this game back into your favor as you look to control the situation going into 20 minutes.
But Zock did a good job of keeping Mitchell out of the lane, and finally was forced to pass. Now Charlton Trammell has it, looking to take on Kenny Murphy, gets it over to PJ Mitchell. And on the far side, I believe it's Marcellus Lewis, who fails the first time, succeeds the second time. A good power play goal there for New Orleans right when they needed it.
Great job by Chicago to defense to make New Orleans work for it, but good job by New Orleans to not skip any steps, follow up with the offensive rebounds, be unselfish, trying to make extra passes in the scoring area. Chicago's defensive rotations were good, but hard to survive the power play there.
Troy back to Ng, and this team loves operating from back there with so much talent there. But Ing does get beat out. A nice adjustment, I think, there from New Orleans. Just clear out that back chaser that's so dangerous. Zoc now has the ball. Sanders considering taking an exchange. I believe that's Camilo Rodriguez, who's in the game now at beater.
Interesting to see the New Orleans beaters acting like they're going to threaten up top and now just mirroring the ball as it gets dragged behind. I wonder if Chicago's going to be able to manipulate their position as they notice that.
Ing has it on the near side. Ing just has to move it back to Murphy. Dodgeball's on the ground. It's going to be a press opportunity. Sanders, though, has to get there in time. I don't think he did. And that's the Chicago team just never quitting. It's going to be no dodgeballs the other way, though. Marcellus Lewis flips it across, and Liam Zoc makes the stop.
Liam Zoc, one of the more underrated defenders in the game, in my opinion. They're just so good at knowing where to be. They play such tough on-ball defense, willing to do the dirty work, get their hands dirty, and gobble up loose balls as well.
Yeah, it's brutal. Down 6-3 with a chance to no dodgeball press, maybe get it within 2. You fail the press, go down 4, then you also miss the transition goal and you stay down 4. That's a big swing in this game right now.
A massive swing, and it's going to make it a lot harder for them to chip away as you see that Chicago has their top beating line back in.
Troy over to Ing. Ing, though, misses the pass. Honestly, I think the first chink in the armor we've seen from Chicago this entire game.
I was about to say, I think that's the first Chicago pass I've seen on the ground since we started this game, which really, again, to me, that speaks to preparation. Everyone that's made a Major League Quadball roster is capable of throwing and catching passes. The fact that they do it better than everyone else speaks to how hard they work.
Trammell, a nice pass across, but DME just stuffs him cold, and another missed opportunity there from New Orleans. Peachy now in the game, as you mentioned, Manzella as well, the whole first line.
It's been interesting to me is how Chicago's been unbothered by New Orleans maintaining control. I wonder if, them prioritizing control is getting in the way of their ability to kind of weaponize it to get stops. Because if you're New Orleans, it's going to be a lot easier to score on Chicago if you're able to generate some turnovers.
For sure. I do think the scoring has slowed while New Orleans has been able to keep control. But here, Peachy's going to get a shot attempt. No, it goes high.
Well, right as I say that, they string a couple of stops together, so what do I know?
Yeah, they just need to find something offensively, and obviously they only want to be so aggressive with this dodgeball control because it's been absolutely core to them actually keeping Chicago off the scoreboard. So you have to be a little conservative, which means your chasers have to string a couple passes together. It seems to be a little bit too much of a one-pass offense right now from New Orleans.
Yes, absolutely, and that's been something that's bitten them all year. I mean, they have so many pieces that do such a good job of scoring individually or scoring off of one pass, but Chicago's so good in their rotations. They help appropriately. They don't overhelp. They don't over-rotate. They're going to make you earn it, and New Orleans, unless you start earning it, you're going to get buried by the rent.
Nice slow possession. That's what we're seeing from New Orleans early, just trying to kill some of the life of this game, keep things closer. PJ Mitchell is going to throw it high, throws it to nobody. Oh, and it's only going to be Ben Peachy. Can Sanders make the stop?
Great finish from Peachy there. Also dodging the beat attempts from Sanders, whether intentional or not. Great finish there.
Yeah, and I think Ben Peachy might be the most unheralded part of this program that's been core to his success in recent years.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I can admit I watched a decent amount of quad ball, but I've been able to just get by on knowing a lot of the same names all year. And as I've been watching a lot more this season, Peachy just jumps off the tape, which is really saying something on a team with this much talent like Chicago has.
Sure. Ben Merton is the head coach of New Orleans back in the game for a second shift here. Pucciarelli and Mansfield in with control this time. Seem to be a little bit more involved in the offense than Sanders and Nealing were with that control. Oshra steps up high. These floater passes over their own two beaters have been a little bit dangerous for New Orleans. PT almost ran down another one. Mertens was looking to cut with Charleston Trammell. Was looking to drive with Charleston Trammell looking at cut, but they just pull it back out.
And you mentioned these kind of floating passes being dangerous. To me, that's the difference between watching these two teams so far has been when Chicago recycles the ball, it's to somebody, and when New Orleans does it, it's to a position.
Yeah, finally, Trammell, who had been kind of probing that zone for the better part of a minute there, found a nice spot. Mertens picks out a pass, and the game's back within 4. And honestly, I think you would probably take this current situation this deep into the game if you were New Orleans, being the more tired team playing against a title favorite. I mean, 4 goals, if you get a catch to go your way, can get closed up in a hurry.
Oh, absolutely. And you've played a lot of games. You've been really good in the flag running game as well. You're certainly not rusty today. You got the right mentality. If you're New Orleans, you don't hate this situation. This is probably pretty close to the game plan, at least in terms of outcome so far in this one.
That's Liam Mazok with the ball up top. Oh, Mansfield. Oh, no, made a beat. It's going to be a press opportunity. They've gotten bit on a couple of these before. Pucciarelli is going to have to trace down DME here. Not an easy task. Now Mansfield's going to take it over, but Chicago does a good job killing that. Now Pucciarelli's looking to press Zoc. Has a better success there. Is Mansfield in the play? He is, but finally Advincula brings the one dodgeball back from Chicago. That is something the best teams can do. They can kill off a press like that. Very well done.
Well done. And you see the legs of DME going to work, able to switch the field by running. Most people need to pass to switch the field, and he was able to just get enough horizontal distance to keep that play alive.
But they're able to press again. This time, though, it might bite them. Oh, no, I believe DME was beat before. Not going to matter. Oh, I think Kenny Murphy also got beat before. Either that or they called the turnover on the DME beat, but defense holds again. Dodgeball control still with New Orleans. We're probably on like 5 straight minutes of dodgeball control now for the curse.
Very, very well done from this cursed beater pair.
And that was the fear. If you were looking for something to be worried about Chicago, it was this, right? It's that they don't have a player, a name we haven't said yet on this broadcast, Matt Brown. Matt Brown has been core to everything that Indianapolis, Chicago, and have done over the past 5 years. Not on the roster this summer. Other beaters are going to have to step up. And right now, against the top 2 beater pairs of this New Orleans team, no success. Here's the goal opportunity. It's finished, yes. And that is the player I've been loving to watch all day today. That's Evely De La Rosa. Finishes another one. He's been pure energy every minute he's been on a pitch.
Fantastic job on both sides of the ball here all morning. Great job in the finishing area on both sides with active hands, tackles. I don't think I've seen him miss a shot yet. I mean, maybe that's an exaggeration, but doing a great job in the finishing area, and he does it again right there.
Unfortunately, he might have gotten a little too hyphy, and it's going to be an illegal swat on the Advincula beat. He's going to head into the box with a blue card. Luckily, that's not a dodgeball turnover or anything, and honestly, the way this game is going, if I'm New Orleans, I'd probably rather allow a goal than give up my dodgeballs at this point, because that has been the leveling factor in this game.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you have to, right? We said with a 3-goal spread before, you're okay with it, but I don't think you hate it if you have to in this situation.
Zoc looking to finish there, can't get it to go. Byron Ings gets it, rips, scores. And now dodgeball's on the ground. No, it is going to stay. Oh, it's all. The only blue dodgeball is way behind the hoops. Mueller looking to run, gets to Mertens. Mertens tried something a little too cute there, I think, in a no dodgeball situation. And Kenny Murphy sniffs it out.
Yeah, great defense, good awareness from Murphy there. It looked like perhaps a little shot pass opportunity from Mertens. And you can see the miles on the tires for New Orleans a little bit. That was an opportunity to run, and they were barely able to get a wing player out in front of the ball. It kind of hurts your angle and hurts your ability to get the ball back across the middle to really do some damage on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, it has to be recognized. New Orleans only played 2 games this morning. A lot of those teams did kill themselves in the playing bracket. This New Orleans team, definitely a little short-rostered compared to some other teams, but did only, in the end, play 2 matches.
Sure. They played Kansas City, at least one of those. That's always going to wear
Charlotte
you down.
And the other
Kansas
one.
City and Charlotte. That's always going to wear you down.
Melton hits the lane, looking for, I believe that's Kaylee Fugate. Bobbles that one, and Dale Cruz and Mueller are able to force the turnover. Mueller, I'm not sure, sees Matt Melton, but also Mueller was still in his keeper zone. Melton, an experienced head ref in his own right, makes the wise decision there and doesn't pick up the card.
Yeah.
So another stop. I mean, this Chicago offense that was absolutely sizzling for the first 5 minutes of this game has probably only scored about 3 goals in the past 10 minutes.
Yep, and it's come from the chasing rotations. It hasn't been the beaters going nuts. It's been the chasers being on their P's and Q's, active hands. We talked about the importance of forcing Chicago to not connect every pass, and I think they're doing a good job right now of making the offense be reactive to them. It's kind of put them back on their heels a little bit as they claw back into this game.
And I'll tell you, obviously, there's a Boston team who still has a lot of work to do in their quarterfinal against an absolute juggernaut in Austin. But this is a Boston team who's warming up on this field, watching this, saying, so if we can keep dodgeball control against this team and actually generate a little offense, we can hang with the Chicago team. They must be licking their chops and seeing how this game is going.
Well, and, Ethan, can you tell me what the biggest strength of the Boston team has been so far this season?
It would, in fact, be their beaters.
Yeah, and their ability to hold control at a higher rate than everyone else. So, yeah, we're in for a fun one here as, New Orleans is giving Chicago everything they can handle right now.
Yeah, and I don't want to talk past New Orleans by any means. It's a 4-goal game still. This is really everything, I think, a New Orleans team who a lot of people didn't even pick to come out of the play-in brackets up against one of the tournament favorites could have asked for so far.
Yep, and a lot of this comes from the way that they've prepared, the mindset that has shifted under the coaching regime of Ben Mertens and Josh Mansfield, the belief that the New Orleans side has in each other, the trust that they have in their teammates. It's worked out for them so far.
We're 18 minutes in now, and it's still a 9-5 game. Fugate's going to get it back behind to Melton. Control is finally back in Chicago's hands for the first time in probably about 6-7 minutes.
We'll see if they're able to capitalize on it and interrupt these rotations as Pucciarelli makes a great play there to get it right back for New Orleans.
Yeah, mistake from Caleb Williams. Josh Mansfield just takes an exchange, wins the exchange. Mueller is just going to push over Fugate. And there's a beat on Vasquez. Caleb Williams is in the play. Mueller is going to have to slow it down. Oh, floats one to Cassio. Cassio just a little aggressive there on the shot.
Yeah, New Orleans got out over their skis a little bit in transition. This might come as a shock coming from me, but I wouldn't have hated a shot in that situation. There's nobody back at the hoops. Rather than put Cassio in a position where she has to take a shot on the run from a worse angle, you got your feet under you. Why not rip it if you already ran yourself into a turnover?
Yeah, honestly, I'm fine with New Orleans just picking up every minute-long half-court they want to run at this point. You know what I'm saying? I don't think you need to throw away a possession like that.
Yes, absolutely.
Especially when they've struggled, I think, in transition. It's going to be immediate dodgeball control back. No, Pucciarelli makes the play for dodgeball control, which is going to create no dodgeballs in the quadball game. DME says thank you very much for that gift and finishes 10-5.
Yeah, don't forget about DME, hot analyst take in here, right? He can hurt you from wherever on the pitch, and he's been doing a lot of damage from behind so far in this one.
Probably down to the last couple possessions here before the 20-minute break. Veronica Spicer looking to float one across. Does get it to Marcellus Lewis. Lewis, though, takes contact as he's trying to get that shot out and just floats it over the defense. That is going to be, I assume, the 20-minute. Yep. So 10-5 at the 20-minute mark. Obviously, Chicago is getting the job done. But as we said, I think the New Orleans team, and I would say heads are definitely up on that sideline. I think they should be after the 20 minutes they just put in.
Yeah, it's going to come down to for New Orleans, they need a pull here. It's something that they've been doing a great job at. Carson Running has been absolutely killing the game so far. He has, I think, 8 pulls this season, 7 in the regular season, 1 today. New Orleans has been really well put together on the beating side in their flag runner on pitch situation. You need a pull to cut into this lead a little bit. And if you're Chicago, it's interesting, right? You do such a good job playing in transition. You do such a good job compared to the rest of the league playing in your half court. You can tell they obviously have a comfort level doing both. They don't feel like they need to force transition. But at the same time, the coaching point in this huddle might be, listen, we're 6 goals away. Open it up a little bit. If you trade in this situation, you're going to win going away. You get to get off your feet and prepare for a deeper run into tomorrow. Whereas if you let it drag out, you let a team hang around a little bit, all of a sudden a flagpole can make things get a little tight, and now you're playing rotations you might not necessarily want to. You feel tighter as a team. You make mental mistakes. And it impacts the way you're able to manage your subs as you go through the rest of the tournament. So that's kind of what I'm looking for here. See if Chicago forces the issue defensively to get out in transition on offense.
Cooper, our flag runner, a very strong one in his own right, so that adds a little bit to the equation here. Not that there's a lot of weak flag running at MLQ Championship by any means.
Yeah, you're not gonna get an easy one. They're all gonna make you earn it. But it does add a layer of situational decision making to how the beaters interact with the flag running game. I'd like to think if you're New Orleans, you want every opportunity you can to pull this, but Chicago might try to force them out of that by leaving their dodgeballs in the quad ball game and just say, hey, let's go get 6 goals. We'll see how the chess game plays out and who's the cat and who's the mouse in this situation.
All right, DME is going to come into possession after that stop that we saw right before the break. Chicago doesn't even have a seeker yet. Now Matt Melton stepping into the game.
Melton pulled a lot of flags in his career.
Zoc just hits the lane. Nobody in the sport is better than Ali Manzella at popping up at that short hoop and just quickly finishing. Times every cut perfectly, puts that one away. Just 5 more goals now needed for Chicago.
A true goal scorer goes where the goals get scored, and Ali Manzella's super dangerous down there.
Carson running, got some early looks there on the flag runner. Charlton Trammell's looking to play through Ali Manzella. Beautiful no-look goal there from Charlton Trammell.
What a finish after some tough defense from Manzella, who really does it all.
And once again, it's going to be all Carson running here, working on Cooper.
Good beat there from Chicago to open up.
Zoc over to Matt Troy. Troy can't finish through there. Does get it out to Zoc, though. Nobody fell on that loose ball. And Dammy is just going to do his best Ali Manzella impression there and put one through.
Yeah, you can't give teams like Chicago extra opportunities. They will hurt you. And again, we talk about the preparation level. Chicago knows exactly what they want to do in this situation, and so far they've been executing it.
12-6 now the score. Oh, Trammell goes for the one-handed grab, and it gets punished there for the lack of fundamentals. DME just takes it off of him and walks it down to the other side. 130-60.
And DME makes it look easy, but that was a nasty jump cut near midfield. Took 2 steps to the right and then came back left. It was like there was nobody in front of him. Well
Melton is catch to win now and getting all kinds of time with Cooper.
Well, spin move attempt. I've seen a few of those today. No pulls yet, but I wonder if that's a new trend among seekers.
Carter Shields now subbing into the game at seeker for New Orleans. PJ Mitchell has it on the wing across the Trammell, and DME just jumps in another passing lane. It doesn't seem like Sanders this time, though, who makes 2 beats, one on DME and then one on Zoc to force the turnover. That's a big play there by Sanders. Unfortunately, he did lose track of Michael Heroic there. It's going to be a turnover of dodgeball control.
The awareness given, the awareness takes right there. Good play from the Tufts product, Michael Sanders, and then gets a taste of his own medicine there. Good job by Chicago to rebound.
Yeah, and Noyes Osra now checking into the game at seeker for the first time has been an absolute menace at that position for the Chicago team over the last couple of years.
Noyes, a player that really can do it all. Someone that I had the pleasure of playing with in Boston way back before I knew they would ever get to this level of ability, and they've really shined in the Chicago program at MLQ and in USQ. Really great to see them be a menace, as you said, at multiple positions here at a very high level.
Mitchell gets over to Lewis. Lewis behind. I believe that was Cassio who just floats one up. Now you can see how she was the leader in goal scored amongst all women this season in MLQ. Just really nicely finished.
The goal scorer's touch right there. Bar down is the hardest shot to defend, and she did it perfectly there.
Shot goes wide there. Liam Zoc is beat. More heads up play by Mansfield. PJ Mitchell is ahead of steam, and now players in front of him. Picks out Charlton Trammell, though. Trammell dunks over Liam Zoc. Back-to-back goals there from New Orleans. They can get a catch. We've got a game.
How about that? The athleticism from Trammell. The little overhead, 2 hands for safety finish on the short hoop. Very well done in transition there, despite tough defense from Chicago.
And the problem Chicago's running into is New Orleans is dominating around the flag runner so hard that they're getting to contribute in the quadball game as well.
Yeah, they're able to do both without splitting, which is tough as Digman puts another one through.
Yeah, nicely done by Peachy and Digman there to just play around that zone defense. I believe it's only 2 more now needed for Chicago. All right, and a big catch there. Jim Richard takes the dodgeball off of Josh Mansfield and presses with it, which gives dodgeball control right back.
Wow, great swat from Mitchell. Veteran play there. And Pucciarelli and Mansfield will take that opportunity any day.
Lewis looking to work on Digman, hits the lane, gets tackled, shot is picked off by Peachy. Peachy looking to go end-to-end. Pucciarelli starting to smell that Chicago's only 2 goals away and does fade back into the defense. Really just expert game management from these New Orleans Beaters over the last few minutes.
Yeah, well done. They're a well-coached team that's played a lot of games. Like the situational awareness there, although they're up against it right now.
Yeah, I mean, the passing is just so clean from the Chicago team. Once again, it's been Peachy being in the middle of it all, finishing from behind the hoops. Just 1 more goal now needed. A close effort there from Carson Running, but eventually it's going to need to be the New Orleans Beaters just falling back into the quadball game. They're not going to have a choice.
Yep, the New Orleans Beaters hung around in the flag running game as long as they could.
Another goal there for New Orleans, but now they need to get Beaters back. Pucciarelli needs to recognize that its next goal wins here for Chicago. She does. Well done on her part. Unfortunately, dodgeball control had been swapped right before that, so she has to play by herself.
We'll see what Chicago draws up here, see if they can take advantage.
Yeah, Mansfield's just trying to pester the Beaters of Chicago. Kenny Murphy, head coach, in the lane, finishes through the top hoop. And I believe that is a wrap here in Game 1 of this series. New Orleans really gave the Chicago team a handful, but the clean, crisp passing that has defined them for years now was just too much. 160-90, no catches on the game. A tired Mad Mountain, but a victorious Mad Mountain lays down on mid-pitch. It's Chicago up 1-0.
Yeah, and I mean, that's why they're one of the favorites of this tournament, right? New Orleans did play well. They did give them everything that they could. They put up 9 goals on a team that's very stout defensively. They held on to control. They got a lot of looks in the flag running game. And they lost by 7. Yeah. And that's why Chicago's a favorite in this situation is they can beat you any which way. And even if they have to adapt their style a little bit, they're going to get into their game plan and they're going to execute. And it's really tough to play a team with that level of confidence.
For sure. Well, we're going to throw to a quick break here before Game 2 of Boston-Austin. Boston looking to eliminate Austin before a finals for the first time in MLQ history. We'll be right here to bring it to you in just a few minutes. We'll see you soon.
Well, yummy fun with 4D gummy blocks. Amos.
Hello and welcome back to Pitch 2 for Game 2 of one of the biggest series of our Saturday here at MLQ Championship 2024. Boston Forge, one game away from eliminating the Austin Outlaws, a team that has never failed to make a finals in their history, and also has never failed to beat any franchise besides this one. Boston, the only team who's ever beaten them. Teddy, we were there for game 1. We saw Boston come out hot, 3-0 run, and really never stopped carrying that energy throughout the game. It was a huge series from Kieran Collier and Leon Dillman, but also a huge series from a lot of their young players. What are you expecting here in the second game?
I'm expecting a counter adjustment from Austin. I'm expecting them to be the more physical, the more aggressive team, try to be the first to every 50-50 ball, and it's really about whether or not Boston can weather that storm.
Speaking of storms, Thundercloud's definitely in the area at this point. We're hoping we can hold them off for now so we can bring you all of this action. One adjustment from Austin is that Jay Stewart's going to be getting the start in this one. Still not enough to stop Will Richardson, but Will Richardson missed the rollback, beat Jay Stewart there by about 10 feet, but then failed to push the ball backwards.
That's tough. Kind of scooped it into his Broomer's legs, and Austin gets the first big break here.
Yeah, and they're also able to get dodgeballs on the ground here. Jay Stewart looking to capitalize, goes right by Olazaba, but misses the shot. So it'll just been a sloppiness from both sides here early in game 2.
Even Boston having a hard time securing the rebound. That took a little bit extra, but we'll see as they get into their first line here of Dillman and Collier.
Yep, so this time it is Austin that's able to walk off with dodgeball control. And Austin Outlaws are done messing around. Jackson Johnson and Bailey Fields on the pitch together at beaters for the first time this season. Almost unarguably the best beater pair in the sport right now.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes. I mean, if you're Austin, this is a trick you've had up your sleeve all season. A big part of the reason the expectations were where they were is because these are two of the best beaters in the world. Let's see if they're able to capitalize.
Mayer had a pretty good look there from mid-range. Disco wide, and Jackson Johnson able to clean up any attempts on offensive rebound. So Austin gets the stop here. Luis Sanchez bringing the ball up. Need to get something going offensively now. They did struggle with that early in game 1, but part of that was the dodgeball control. Now that they have the dodgeballs on their side, let's see if they can start to pick apart this Boston 2-2 defense.
And Boston, I was just about to say, Boston switching it up, going to the trees for the first time in this series. I wonder if that's related to the beating on the other side.
Jackson Johnson wants a 1.5 on Dillman. Jay Stewart draws the beat from her, gets it over to Casey Beavers. Beavers doesn't really have a driving lane, but now it's kind of getting isolated from her teammates. I think that was a stall call there or a stall warning, sorry, from Chris Lecomte. Mel Kite now trying to kill it. Carson Olazaba is able to force the turnover. So Boston doing more with less there.
Yeah, well done from Olazaba to kind of stunt like in basketball, play both pass options, and then close out at a good angle, get his hands up, and make a play to cause a turnover in that.
And around midfield, Collier is able to make a big play with help from Dillman to secure dodgeball control back from Johnson and Fields. So now Boston gets to run offense against a single dodgeball. Oh, see the Mayor fakes Jay Stewart in the air. Jay Stewart does recover in time, though. Misbeat, now it's no dodgeballs. Ball's on the ground. Zach Doyle finds a cutting here. He smashes it over the top hoop. Over for scoring in game 1.
I got your thunder warning right here. Peter Lawrence just brought it. My goodness, somebody fixed that hoop. How about that to open the scoring in this one?
Boston up 1-0 early here. Dodgeball control did get swung back in that play. You know, I think right as Jackson Johnson had went to go make his beat, Leon Dillman had expended her dodgeball to try to clear some space, and I think did lose control in the process. But hey, gets the goal, which is obviously very valuable here.
Yeah, at the end of the day, goals win games. We'll see how teams will be able to play without control, as this will be quite the chess match in the beating game.
Stewart slips right around Olazaba, but then it almost looks like throwing a pass to Peter Lawrence, like you thought that was his outlet there.
Stewart has been electric to start so far, but has thrown away 2 really good scoring opportunities in the early going.
Dodgeball control right back with Boston immediately. It's hard to overstate how good Collier and Dillman have been, and it's going to create another nice offensive opportunity. Oh no, Lawrence just making a pass to the Mayor.
Good fake
here from Boston.
Good fake from Johnson. Kind of put the fear in Lawrence to make him go away from hoops.
Through the legs beat from Collier there on Fields. Mayer in the lane. Mayer hits her shot.
How about that? Mayer showing out. A little show and go from 22, the Team USA product, and well done to put Boston up 2-0 here in the early going.
And how about a stat for you? Collier and Dillman have still not been scored on in this series. Their team is up 7-0 in this series now when they've been on the pitch.
That's unbelievable and completely unsurprising to somebody who made a living off of the back of Leanne Dillman.
Sanchez bringing the ball down, working on Olazaba. Gets over to Beavers. Jackson Johnson tries to beat there on Collier. Collier has the block and then puts it away. Admirals are on the ground, though. Stewart's got some space to operate. Gets it over to Beavers, who goes back up to Sanchez. Sanchez fakes around Zach Doyle. Zach Doyle and his broom go flying. But they just ran out of passing options. Dillman makes a beat on Beavers, and that is another stop for Boston. Now they're looking to go the other way. No dodgeballs if they can find an opportunity. Screen there from Mayer. Lawrence tries to go through the hoop. Second time we've seen a lot of Lawrence's body go through the hoop, but not the ball.
Yeah, that one a lot more obvious than the first one.
And I couldn't tell if they got beat there. I guess not, but missed the shot anyway.
I think they did get beat there and just kind of half-heartedly attempted. But certainly a possession you want back if you're Boston. But more of what was going really well for Austin in the first game was their active hands around the hoops, their willingness to guard their yard, so to speak. And, hey, we might get dunked on, but we're not going to give up any easy ones. And they've definitely done a good job limiting the scoring in the close areas.
Yeah. Andrew Axtell checks into the game. Didn't play a ton of minutes in that first game, despite how important he's been. And I think this is the first time we're seeing Ella Jordan check into this series, back behind the hoops currently for Austin. Another one of those young players who's been important to these programs this season, played a lot of minutes coming out of the University of Texas. And I know the coaching staff was very high on her in the season. Axtell hits the lane, finds Jay Stewart. Stewart tries to slip under the defense this time. Olazaba finally has his number. I think, though, this might be coming back. I see one of the ARs looking to call for a foul, but did put the hands down.
Really solid play from the Boston defense there, and it comes from being active. When you close out on the flight of the ball, you save yourself a lot more time as a defender rather than waiting for the catch. Jay Stewart's too athletic, too tough to catch in space, so you got to limit the amount of space that he has going against you by getting out and closing out early so that you're not caught flat-footed trying to change directions against somebody like Stewart.
Haviland and Shu in at beater against Taylor Tracy and Cameron Castellaw. The Austin Beaters do have control. Patience here from the second line of Boston. Sena Morimoto now running the offense up top. Lewis Shu just makes an exchange there to Max Haviland, but can't get control out of it. Skura, though, just rips the mid-range shot. Skura finally finding his game. I think it might be his first goal of the series.
Yeah, Ian Skura doing Ian Skura things right now, and yeah, he's been right on time. Kind of a quiet season for Skura, and what's been a really well-rounded season for Boston as a whole, which really speaks to their depth, but definitely a nice little trick you could have up your sleeve if you're Boston to have Ian Skura come out and do his thing here in the quarterfinals of MLQ Championship.
Second straight game that started 3-0 Boston here in this series. As Axtell misses a shot, it's going to be a turnover. LeCompte has to reset all the beaters. It's going to work out for Castellaw, who now is going to be able to prepare herself for the oncoming Haviland. Though now I think actually might put Shu in a slightly better position to cause havoc on this play.
Yeah, Shu is now in a better position to maybe do some damage or interfere with any play that Tracy might have on Morimoto if he chooses to run on this.
And if Tracy's going to go play defense, Castellaw is on an island. She has to throw back. Haviland's going to beat her. Oh, Morimoto just misses the pass to Skura, who is the trail runner. Axtell wanted to get out behind the entire defense. Jay Stewart didn't like that look. Tracy misses a beat on Haviland, gets beat. Dodgeballs are on the ground. Haviland is the only one that's not on the ground. And a nice dish. That is Jay Stewart, bread and butter, drive and dish to a cutter on the outside hoop. Joseph Alba is his usual candidate there, but Jenna Adams Tracy serves the bill just as well.
Yeah, great finish in that situation, despite Haviland trying to win control for Boston.
And Skura now starting to take over, starting to cook, goes around a very good point defender in Axtell and scores to make it 4-1.
And this is what I've seen from the franchise in the past, and we've got an illegal interaction.
So Axtell was the keeper. Axtell did touch the ball while still on his broom, Axtell is going to be sent and then brought it back across the half-court line. That is going to be a turnover.
Wow, a tough mental error right there.
Sorry, I should refrain. He attempted to get off of his broom so that he would get to bring the ball back into his zone.
Yes. Looked like he messed up the timing.
I think Chris LeComp called that a delay of game.
Very
he got a blue card.
Very interesting. Explain some of Axel's displeasure from the penalty box.
Because that's a free goal. Seta Morimoto goes untouched through.
Oh, and talk about mental mistakes.
Yep. Seta Morimoto is also now headed to the box.
Ethan, you know how I feel about that rule. I think we got goal refs for a reason. We could put the hoops back up. But if you're Seta Morimoto, you played way too many games. You played too many big games. That's a mistake you can't have after you just got a gift, really, right? I mean, LeComte is doing his job, but that's kind of a technicality in that situation with Axtell. You get a fast break and a free goal. Keep the hype moment, but don't do anything you might regret.
It's like they say, you can take the Senna out of the Creighton, but you can't take the Creighton out of the Senna.
First time I've heard it, but I think it fits the bill just right.
I assume this is going to be an Austin timeout because they need to regroup 5-1 early. They're in danger of getting run off this pitching game, too.
Yeah, and we saw it a little bit, right? So one of the strengths of Austin the first game was their defense around hoops, their scrappy plays. You had the highlight of Jackson knocking a shot away from an open hoop with a dodgeball, which means that Boston was getting really good chances in game one. They were able to eventually close it out. Right now, Boston is converting more of those chances than they're missing. You had one given away by Lawrence, but overall, Austin needs to dig deep here. They need to get themselves set. They need to just take a breath and get back to what they do best, which is playing connected quad ball on defense and generating offensive opportunities out of that. You're down 4 goals. You can't hit a 4-goal home run, right? That doesn't exist. You got to score them all one at a time, which means you need to get the ball back. So if you can't play defense, you're not going to dig out of this hole, and I think that's probably a lot of what Austin's discussing right here.
Alrighty. I think we might be about to go into a Thunder delay. I'm just waiting for full confirmation. Yeah, it seems like we will be stopping play.
Austin with the longest timeout in MLQ history. I go to a delay during the timeout.
I think this is a very quick. I think this is just to jot down where everything is before we go into the delay. Yes, we are officially going into delay. Me and Teddy are going to throw to commercial here. We will try to keep you updated. Check all the social channels to see when we might be coming out of this delay.
Well, yummy fun with 40 gummy blocks. Amos. Yes.